Greetings, Devans. Good morning. Just checking my mic. Can you just give me a feedback if my voice is clear? Are you able to hear me? Oh, I was not speaking, sorry. Are you able to hear me, Malaji, now? I'm actually speaking now. Okay, thank you, Devans. So I just prefer to test the sound first because so that I don't have to restart it and all that. Okay, I'll just begin in a moment. So, greetings and very good morning to all of you. This has become very familiar with me now. Technology. Loud and clear. Okay, thank you, Devans. Okay, the sound is clear. I hope there is no echo as last time because I just took some measures and okay. And this time I don't know, we might have lesser people because I haven't sent mail to all of them. I just send it to those who are responding and those who are regular because I just want to speak to very few people. I do not want to publicize these events. But I'm very glad to see that these sessions are helping you so much. Thank you so much for your feedbacks. I get your mails, your messages, and also your testimonials and reviews, which I have put it now on the website. Of course, if you want your privacy, I have not put your name. If you have requested, put some dummy name or something, but your words are important because that's your direct experience. And most of you have written from my personal consultations with the people who have done. I think so around 16 to 18 people have responded till now and given your valuable feedbacks of how these sessions help you and how it has transformed your life and is transforming your life, and you can see the grace and energy that is working on in your life. I'm very glad that I've had this opportunity to serve you guys. Thankful to my Gurudev and my Guru Mandala for this. So this is again the journey of living in awareness and practicing shifting into awareness. I don't yet call it as living in awareness because I think that's a stage that is going to come little later. But I'm only talking on and often about shifting into awareness. If you are new, let me just tell you, shifting into awareness is a practice. It's not a perfected state yet. And since we are all practitioners and we are all seekers, we are consistently practicing how to shift from the mind to the soul at all times and remain there. The more you remain there, the more you're going to practice living in awareness. So that's the next stage that comes after periodical shifting and drifting, shifting into soul consciousness and drifting back into mind consciousness or the ego consciousness. This is what happens generally. So I'm just talking very practical spirituality. I don't want to speak that very high terms and all that. We will always transcend, ascend, and we will fall also. This is going to be, it's a part of the game because as long as karma exists, as long as ego exists, the fall is going to keep on happening again and again. So it's all about the practice, and it's more about the consistency that you get there. The once you reach to a certain level of awareness, and you experience that awareness, that experience will give you a good conviction that this works. And from that conviction, you start practicing more. So it's a looped kind of a reaction. Yeah, thank you, Anita ji. No echo and all that. Okay, fine. So it's all about moving, and we are all just practical spiritual seekers. No high fundas here, no big terminologies or big high fundu stuff and too much of doing. It's not. It's you can see that how simple life is and how simple spirituality is when you just settle down. That's all. When you settle down, when you become very simple, when you become very humble, when you become very grounded, when you become very normal, you will see the rapidness of the growth and evolution happening. It's all about normalcy. The more you simplify your life, the more easier the journey is than otherwise, which the world is teaching. Like, it's to complicate so much, do so much, and become something, and adorn all those ideas and methods and technologies and techniques, and which keeps us reminded that you need to do so much to get somewhere. Whereas we are talking, you need not do anything to get anywhere. It's all about that. There are many of you who are, I always send close to around 70, 80 emails every week. Previously it was 150, but if people are not serious about it, I don't want to spam anybody. So I reduce that. It's now come to 70, 75. But the problem is, most of them, more than 60% of them are not Indians. They are from outside. So they ask for the links to see this later on. Mostly because of the time difference. Most of them are in the UK, USA, and Malaysia, South Africa. So they ask for different time, even Canada. So that's the reason we do not have everybody watch later on. Anyways, if it's helping you and it's going fine, great. Shilpa Joshi, I was just remembering. No, I remembered your question, Shilpa. What you asked last time about the chitta and the sat experience. You are able to become aware of your consciousness, but your consciousness is not aware of you. The sat is aware of the chitta, but the chitta cannot become aware of the sat. That means the I, the real I, can become aware of things around me through my consciousness. But that consciousness cannot become aware of me, the Sat, the soul, the real I. One very good thought came to me today in my meditation was exactly this thought was, if you just see this very to simplify it, there is only one feeler. The one who can feel is you, the soul. Like, for example, feel is not the right word, aware is the right word. But I'm telling you, when I say become aware of your surroundings, when we become aware of your body, you are actually feeling your body in other terms. Feeling is again gross, it's not exactly right, but it's close to that. So you feel your body. Who's the feeler? Who's the one who is feeling? That's the soul. So the feeler has to be there. The one who is feeling has to be there. That is the Sat. But the Chit is not the feeler. Chit is the feeling. So, not this is not exactly the words, but I'm in a gross terms you'll be able to understand. So the feeler is you, the real soul that is becoming aware of everything around it. You become aware of your body. When I say you become aware, it is you, the real you, the soul that is becoming aware of the body. Through consciousness, it needs consciousness. How will you become aware? If you don't have awareness, you cannot become aware. If you don't have consciousness, you cannot become aware. So you need consciousness. That is Chitta. The Sat is you. The one who is feeling is you. The feeling itself, that you're feeling something, the space, the body, the awareness, that is the Chitta that is working. So now if you see, you can become aware of your body The body cannot become aware of you because that is not the feeler. The feeler is you. You can become aware of a koshas. The koshas cannot become aware of you. You can become aware of the space. The space cannot become aware of you. You can become aware of life itself, but life cannot become aware of you because life doesn't have a feeler. You are the feeler. Same way, Shiva can become aware of consciousness, but consciousness cannot become aware of Shiva. I got this in my today's meditation. And when I got it, I said, wow, this is the Sat and Chit thing. But then I remembered, okay, somebody had asked this question this last time. So it's a perfect answer to that. So this must be giving you a clear idea of what this is about. So this is what I am talking about, the shifting into awareness experience. The practitioner actually keeps shifting from the mind to the soul. Why? Because the more you are in the mind, the more you have problems. The more you are rooted in your mind means ego consciousness, you are going to have troubles. The more you are rooted in your body consciousness or the ego consciousness or the mind, the more you will be perturbed because you are in the mind, and mind is full of everything. Mind is full of everything. We must become aware of this fact that you are alive because of your mind. We think we are alive because of the body. No. You are alive because of the mind. Who is experiencing the body? The mind. You have a body. Whatever is happening to your body, even the pain that you experience is not happening in the body, it's happening in your mind. This I have given many examples, like when you are asleep, when you are sleeping, why don't you get the pain? Why don't you get sickness when you are deep asleep? Sickness is there in the body, but you are not aware of it. Who's the one becoming aware? The soul is becoming aware. Through what? Through the mind. So, every problem in the body or any problem that you have in life happens only while you are awake. When you are sleeping, you don't have any problems. When you are sleeping, you don't have raga, dvesha, you don't have aversions or attractions also. You are not attracted to anybody in your sleep. Neither you are repulsing, you hate somebody in your sleep. So it shows very clearly that all these activities are happening in the mind. So when the mind is active, your experiences are active. So whatever you get, good experience, bad experience, it's all happening in the mind. So that is the reason we say, if you live in your mind, you are going to be bound by all the problems. You are going to be affected by those problems. You are going to be affected by hurt, by pain, by misery, even affected by joy and happiness and bliss. That is also an effect. The more you are in the mind, you are going to experience both these dual worlds. Not only just the pain, even the happiness you will experience. Love you will experience. The greatness, the jubilation, the excitement, the happiness, the bliss, the joys and the laughter, all that comes with that is happening in the mind. Even the good part of it, and so the opposite of it. So these opposites are always working where? Only on one platform, that's your mind. This you have to become very clear. Shifting into awareness, if you need to have a profound direct experience, then you should become clear of this concept. What is this shifting into awareness? Shifting into awareness means, I told you what the mind is. The more you are rooted in the mind, the more directly you will experience, and the more grossly, the more strongly you will experience both the raga and the dvesha, the aversions and the cravings. The more you float away from the mind, you, the real you, the soul is not aware in the mind. If you become aware of your mind, your body, you will become aware of all the problems in there. But if you pull away from that and you float away from that and you begin to witness this mind, you are able to detach and look at this mind, not work inside this mind, but come out of it and stay detached, then you'll see this being is being less affected, lesser and lesser. It depends on how far have you shifted from your mind. That far, how far you are. The more far you are, the more detached and the more disconnected and the more neutral you are. You can live a life of awareness in this, and this is called the shifting into awareness. So you shift from this to that awareness and you live in this awareness. The more rooted you become and the more you start experiencing and the more you start practicing, and the whole day, if you are able to stretch out and live in this kind of an awareness, that is called living in awareness. And if that becomes an irreversible state, it is called self-realization. Simple, very simple term. If you are able to detach from this, live here consistently without a break, uninterrupted awareness, that is state of self-realization. Because there is when you detach from the mind and ego only, you can experience this person, this being, this sat that is moved away from this. Now is experienced not just this, but it is experiencing itself. The self is experiencing itself. This, when you experience and realize your own self, this is called self realization. You real I, the real I-zation, the realize this. You realize that you are that Sat Chit Anand. That is state of self. How does this happen? The process. Why I want to explain this is because we all strive to go somewhere and achieve. No, you are this. You are already this. You are already here. Why you are not able to see this self? Because mind connected. This is merged. And so the self is now experiencing life through this mind. It's like this, very strong. You are carried by the dualities and you are shaken by the dualities. So the people who are not living in the mind, but they are floated away from it, will see that whatever happens in the mind, they are not affected, or they are little affected. Something happens here, they are not going to go berserk. They can stay calm, they can stay neutral, they can stay without turbulence. This is very important for us to understand. Very, very important. Once you understand this terminology about your connection with the mind and how the problems all does not exist in your life, but the problems are existing in your mind's life, because the karma doesn't touch you. Karma doesn't touch this. Karma touches this, the mind. Whole karma platform takes place here. Your prarabdha is all taking place here. The one you love, you meet here. The one you hate, you meet here. The pain, you meet here. The turmoils, you meet here. The challenges, you meet here. So the more this person is away from this, the less affected. The more this person is caught up in this, the more turbulent the things. And when they get caught up, when does this happen? Ignorance. This is what we say, call as Maya. Isn't that very simple terminology for you? Very, very simple terminology for you. Very, very simple. So the more you live in this, all these kind of problems, you are going to be affected by this. So once you understand the secret that I am getting affected because now I am involved in this, what you do is now you start lifting away from this. When do you lift away from this? You lift away from this only when you are able to shift from your mind to your soul consciousness, to your mind, from your mind to your awareness. So awareness is not a separate place. What is awareness? The soul is experiencing something. This cannot experience the soul. I'm giving you two examples just so that you understand. This is the mind and this is the soul. So the top one is the soul. I'm just giving an example. When it is merged, we are all born this way together. And in the process of spiritual practice and all, we understand and we slowly start detaching and moving away from this. This is living in awareness. Now this is a soul. This is Sat. It is just an experiencer. It does not have an experience of its own. It is just a pure observer. It does not have an experience of its own. You can say this is like the eyes, your eyes. Now if you don't have prana in you, if you don't have life in you, will these eyes work? It will not work. But the eyes is meant to see. You can see the whole world. When you have prana, when you have life within you. So the moment prana is there, you can see. The moment prana is taken off, you cannot see. Prana is not the right word. Consciousness is the right word. The moment you have consciousness, you can see. You don't have consciousness, you cannot see. Like when you're sleeping, you cannot see. Because that time, your awareness is not alert. But when you're awake, your consciousness, your being, your alertness, your awareness comes into action. And you can see. So this self cannot function without consciousness. So you are this being and you have consciousness. Because and these are inseparable. You cannot say, no, I am going to separate consciousness from the self. It cannot. That is the meaning of Satchit. Satchit is always together. Yin, Yang, masculine, feminine, male, female, Shiva, Shakti. This is all together, always. Who is Shiva? That self. Shakti is the consciousness. Shiva experiences life through the Shakti. That is how they are said they are inseparable. They cannot be separated. So for Shiva to experience life, to become aware of things and experience, because that was Shiva's wish. I want to experience myself. But it cannot experience without that consciousness. So the moment that thought came in, I want to experience, that consciousness came out from there, which is in a subtle form, it is hidden. So the consciousness began creating that experience. And Shiva is just the watcher, observer. It doesn't do anything else. Rest all are later on dramatic. Then who's the Shiva who destroys? If he doesn't do anything. These are all the forms that come out of Shiva. That's pure consciousness. Just like Shakti creates, that same Shakti creates a Rudra. Why? Because a creation has been created. Now something has been used to create. Now it doesn't want the create, it wants to destroy and pull back the whole thing. The same Shakti will create a different form like a Rudra and it will come and destroy and everything is pulled back. But this being, this Sat Purush, is not affected by creation nor by dissolution. The game goes on, but it is not affected. It's just a mere watcher. I hope this is a very clear definition of how these things are. If you understand that, you will understand yourself, because you are not separate from the self. You are that part of that Shiva consciousness. You are that Ansha. You are that particle of that Shiva consciousness. Same properties even you will have. So when you are the soul, same experience. You are that Sat. You are not the doer. You are not creating. You are not doing nothing. You are just a mere observer. That is the self. You are just observing life. How are you observing? Through consciousness. You also need a Shakti. So the masculine aspect of you, everybody has this masculine and feminine. Not just male as Shiva, no, female also has, because the consciousness has no gender. Gender is all a later creation. It is an experience that's happening later at a later stage. Very later stage it is. But in this deep core state, it is just a mere observer. The masculine. So even if it is a female, the masculine in you is watching. And the feminine in you is that consciousness which is creating for life for you. So if you have a thought, I want to create anything, that it is a Shakti that creates, it's a consciousness that creates. So when I say shifting into awareness, become aware. Whom am I telling become aware? I am telling that ego consciousness, the mind consciousness, become aware of who you are. This is who are you? I just explained to you. You are that pure consciousness which has nothing to do with this concepts also. So when I'm telling become aware, I'm not telling that pure consciousness, because that pure consciousness is always there. I'm telling the one who feels that I am this, the false I, feeling I am the identity, I am so and so. I'm Mr. So and so. I have this title. I have this position in this world. I have this ranking in this world. This is my status. This is how I am known. The me, the separated identity. Because we don't consider ourselves to be pure consciousness all the time. Though we might technically have this knowledge. Oh, I am Shiva, I am pure consciousness. Okay, we might have this knowledge, but we are not experiencing it. Who is not experiencing it? The false I is not experiencing it. The ego consciousness is not experiencing. Why? Because it believes something else. It doesn't believe in this. The awareness is not in the self, it is in something else. It is in the false I. This false I is called as Maya. This is the creation of that Shakti itself, Maya. Why? Because you cannot experience this earth, you cannot experience this life, you cannot experience with the Panchendriyas until you come into the body. You have to take a position in the body to experience life. You have to become the I, separate I. Only when I am separate, I can feel, oh, this is my body, this is my clothes, and this is my specs, this is what I am talking, this is the light, and this is whom I talk to, this is whom I link with, this is whom I don't link with, this is my favorite food I eat through. All these experiences can happen only when you take on the false I. Remember this. The false I is taken by us. The ego consciousness is taken. Why? Because we want to desperately experience that life. Where is that experience coming from? Where is that intention of experiencing coming from? Desires. I have a desire, I want to experience a sweet. I need a body for that. So I have to be in the body and go and eat that sweet. So when I eat that sweet, I relish it. I feel the pleasure. And I am satisfied or contented temporarily. It's a bhoga. So the human soul always takes bodies to experience. Simple as that. It just wants to experience life through something or the other. It's there. There is a desire. It might be a physical gratification. It might be a tongue gratification. It might be even smell gratification. It might be even seeing something and gratifying. It might be touching something and gratifying. But it is a desire. And when there is desire, you are bound to have a body. The Shiva consciousness, I want to experience this. Tatastu, the Shakti creates a body for it. Experience it, go and experience it. Because that's your desire. Why? That's how the root thing works. Even Shiva, he was sitting as nothingness one day or sometime that thought, I just want to experience myself or the life or whatever you call it. And everything, the Shrishti came into place. You are that particle. So you also are multiplying in that manner only. One desire created Prakriti. What is Prakriti? Chitta, consciousness. Prakriti will create it for you. One desire, it will be created. 10 desires, it will be created. Thousands of desires, it will be created. Till when? Till it is exhausted. Till all the desires are exhausted, you will continue taking the false I. Because with the false I only you can have a body. Only when you separate from there, you can have a body. If you don't separate, you are one with it. You are in state of self-realization. Moksha, you are already in that state. But the moment you want to experience, you detach from there and you create this false that I want to experience. There is a separateness that comes. I want to experience this. The moment that happens, the chitta starts creating. The body is created. And that is how you have been born again and again and again. Depending on the type of desires. Lower desires, lower evolutions, lower manifestations. cross lower desires, animalistic life. Higher desires, purer desires, human and above human life, angelic life, or a devata life, gods and goddesses, deities, beings, astral beings, all the divine beings. They still have some desire, but it's a very sukshma desire, very high level. So they have a sukshma sharira, subtle body, because their desires are very subtle. They don't need a physical body for that, but they need the mind to experience that. They want to experience the bliss through the mind, or the happiness or the pleasures. There are pleasures also which you experience through the mind. You don't need a body for that. There are pleasures. If there are pleasures which your body, which are grosser, which you need touch and to examine and experience, then you will come into a body which can give you that kind. But if the desires keep purifying, and it is like, oh, I don't need that kind of a, like the panchendriyas, I'm not involving the panchendriya, I don't need touch, I don't need sight, hearing and all this, but there is a desire to experience happiness, desire to experience bliss, then you get bodies like astral beings. You don't have a body, but you're experiencing that. You live in other lokas, higher lokas, thousands of years. You're living with your astral body without the physical senses, but it is still bonded. It's not liberated yet, because karma is there. This is that karma is playing even on that sukshma shariras. So complete annihilation of that desire is moksha, which is why we say all the three gunas have to exhaust. The more the tamoguna, the more the grosser body, animalistic bodies, or even demons and all that, they get through too much of tamas, too much negativity, desires, you will get those kind of yonis. Then the other kind of realms, mineral kingdom, plant kingdom, then the animal kingdom. This is how it progresses. Then you get the human kingdom, and then the angelic kingdom. It goes on higher and higher, purifying, angelic and the guides and the ascended masters and the rishi mandalas, the siddha loka, all those higher lokas. It goes on. So our experiences depend on what we are creating, what is our desires. The quality of our desires will represent and present to us that kind of experience in this lifetime or in the next. Because if the desires are too much for your prarabdha to handle, because you are living out your prarabdha at the same time, there is karma unfolding all the time. But if you are creating new desires now, it might not come into effect immediately because your prarabdha is already playing out, but it goes into your bank balance, desires. So it will create in next life or after that, and it will go on till when? Unending, infinite, till whenever you want to experience it. There is no full stop. Shiva has full permission to, because he is infinite and you are that infinite being, and you can go on with this play forever. But if you say no, I want to retract back, it's enough. Then as you purify, the births also keeps purifying, higher births and all that, until you actually dissolve completely. So that's the whole thing of human evolution, how it takes place. Now this whole thing, what I'm telling you, you cannot become conscious of this until you start living in awareness. You might have some kind of technical knowledge. What I'm telling you is just knowledge right now. This is kind of a knowledge that is coming to you, and your mind might catch it. You might understand the concept. Okay, this is life. But you will not be able to experience it until you work with your awareness. What I am telling you is a matter of awareness. It has to be lived from that awareness. Through that consciousness, you have to experience it. You can experience it only when you detach, because here is Maya. If you are living in this like this, then you will have an experience. You will have even the knowledge of what I am telling right now. Like right now, if you are a person who is like this in the world, fully involved in your mind all the time, so many mails come, I am in this problem, I am in that problem, I am feeling this, I am feeling that. I'm feeling bliss, I'm feeling negativity, all because of this. Even the feeling of bliss is here. Even if you are able to express, I'm feeling so much joyful, it's here. Please understand this. Though you are having momentary separations from here, like you get detached, you move up, you experience that bliss, and you are in a space of silence. Moment you come down, you want to express it, you want to talk about it, you want to think about it, you want to analyze it, you want to find out. Mind games. Are you getting that? The moment you return here, you are going to be involved in all that. So shifting into awareness is okay, you experience it, you come back, and then when you come back and you are living in this world attached, and then we have pain or misery or whatever, then you remember that previous moment where you are detached, and now you get the motivation to practice it again and shift into awareness again. This is what happens repeatedly all the time, and it takes a number of, what do you can call that as life lessons. I always say, because if life lessons you are not completed, then you will be this way. But if you complete your life lesson, you'll see that your this grip goes away. Then even if you're living in this also, this grip is not there, which will not, this is Maya, this grip is Maya. This always identifying with myself, me, myself, I, my ego consciousness, my mind consciousness, the me, the too much of focus on me and mine, this all happens with this grip. But when this loosens, you will see that even if you're affected, there is a part of you that is okay with it, because the grip is not strong, but still there is an experience. People say, I'm experiencing the bliss part. You are not in this mode, you are in this mode, you are experiencing the bliss part, but I am feeling sadness also. It's still this way. The bliss and sadness duality is still in duality, not completely declutched, but you are loosened your grip. The more you practice shifting into awareness and living in awareness, here you will see that bliss and the experience, and you will not be affected by the outcomes of the, you will not be overjoyed by it. Oh, hooray, I found bliss. Then you are here you are saying, oh, I found bliss. It's an expression that you're giving. Here it's neutral, no talks about it, just pure awareness, you're just experiencing it. Oh, I'm feeling sad, I was feeling so good, I'm feeling sadness too. You're back here. So that's what I said. These are initial stages which will give you that separation and connection back again, back and forth. And this will ensure, this is like a trailer that's been given to you, that okay, you're on the right track. You're seeing things, you're experiencing your true self little by little. So you got to be more rooted in your awareness than in your mind. So when you keep doing that, you are learning how to even start living in awareness, not just shifting into awareness, but living in awareness. And when that, how to know that, you'll have to just find out, am I experiencing it, and am I feeling it, and am I analyzing it, am I analyzing even my bliss, am I having too many questions about my bliss? It's still here. We got to be very careful about this kind of an experience, because sometimes when you go into blissful state, you feel, I've reached. The rishis, the scriptures have warned against this kind of experience. Most of the time we feel, oh, ho gaya, I have done, I have reached. Then the dangers of that is, you don't proceed, you live in that experience. Understand, that's all Maya. When you get a comforting experience and you are very comforted by it, you feel pleasure. Many people reach to that stage and are lost. Even great yogis, saints, gurus, masters, I mean it, There is a certain stage where you go and you start, for example, siddhis. When you are reached to a certain kind of level of awareness, automatically natural powers begin coming to you. Your intuitions become very power. Without talking, you will know things. You will be able to understand, read things about the future, past, and all. But you will not be lost in it. They will never attract you. Those kind of things will never attract you. Even if you know you have that power, but you will never be bothered. You will never even use it. You shouldn't use it also, because if you use it, that's pure ego. And the more you get connected with that experience, the more chances of you getting lost. There are times when I'm doing personal consultations and all, my ego is completely down. The awareness is high, the intuition level is very high at that time, and certain things just happen very spontaneously, able to understand, read things, and find out, and all those things. But I'm telling you, I never use that in my regular day-to-day experience. All that you need to do is just raise your vibrations and check out all those things. They are dangerous to play with that. My friends tell me sometimes, oh, go into that and connect with the Rishi Mandalas, and or go into that zone and find out and see. No way. I do not do that myself. I will never encourage anybody to do it. Live a very practical, normal human life of human experience. That's it. Spirituality is one aspect which you can use for your evolution only. Do not use it for worldly purpose. Any gifts you have, do not use it for worldly purpose. If you use it, two things might happen. You lose it, or you will get stuck in it. You will not proceed further. Because the comforts of that siddhis, the powers and the gifts that come with that is so luring that it can make you feel that I'm complete, I'm realized, I'm done. Now nothing can affect me. Oh, I'm reaching that. I'm easily getting connected. I am one with consciousness. This is where even great yogis have got stuck. They're going there and then getting the benefits of that power and then remaining in that power, but not transcending it. Very dangerous. Because the enjoyment starts coming of that. Your consciousness, when your consciousness expands, a lot of things happen and a lot of bountiful gifts come to you. People come to you, things come to you, everything starts happening very naturally. But if you are not aware, you start experiencing that happiness and you feel this is Satchidananda. It is not Satchidananda. It's a blissful feeling, but it's not Satchidananda. It's an illusion. Be very careful about all this. And these are all phases. You will reach to certain level of ecstasy, you will drop. It will not stay for long. But when you drop, that will also not stay for long. This too shall pass. That is how the duality will keep on giving you experiences. And those are stages where you are understanding duality, you are understanding Maya, you are understanding how to get out of it, or you are getting some experiences. You are still not in that perfected state. So never ever feel that I have reached. My Gurudev used to tell once, if you have very too much of power with your mind also, you can create, you can do things, you can change things. He would say, never use those for your regular life. Let it be where it is, because that's supposed to be for something else. Never try to do that in your prarabdha. I'm not saying that, are you going to be mum with that? Are we not going to do anything if we have difficulties? No, I'm not saying at all in that. But there you don't use your tapas power to get over that, because it's a very spontaneous thing. What needs to happen, because prarabdha, when it comes, when it's a prarabdha that is ripened, you cannot just destroy prarabdha. I read some posts here and there on some platforms where they are saying prarabdha can be. No, it cannot be. You can destroy your sanchit karma, not prarabdha karma. Sanchis is what is lying in stock, which is not yet come down to your quota, but it is ready to become ripe. That can be altered with your tapas or past life or this and that, whatever you do. You can clear up that. But what is set into motion, you cannot destroy that. What is actually what is unfolding already, which has opened up and it's working on. So is that dangerous? It's not dangerous, because you are every moment living your prarabdha. You sit in your house today to take a off leave. Don't do anything. Take 1 week leave. Your prarabdha will still continue happening to you. You go on a vacation somewhere for 1 week. Your prarabdha, whatever is meant to unfold or fold in your life, will keep on happening. You cannot escape that. So it's foolish to say. And people say that no, your prarabdha can be just destroyed. No, you cannot. You can reduce the effects of it. That is why it says, no, the Guru Kripa or God grace, or the grace, your own punyas can help in reducing the prarabdha. Reducing means the prarabdha does not reduce, but your effect, how it is going to affect your life, will reduce. How is that? If you have grace, if you have good experience and your own practices are in your own punyas, good karmas, prarabdha is still playing here. But how is your effect? Very less. But if you don't have grace, you don't have anything, and you don't have even awareness, you don't have even awakening in spirituality, you see the people who are living prarabdha, they will be tossed and suffering and completely in that blown. But a person who has had at least little grace, Guru Kripa or whatever, or they are doing sadhana or something, you'll see that you are not going too much in this. You are floating. Maybe you are close with this, but you are not even completely out of it. But yes, but this prarabdha is affecting you lesser. That's what I mean to say. That's how this grace also works. So, what we are talking about, deleting our sanchita, which we have stored, that is when we do good karmas, when we do punyas, when we do sadhana or tapas and whatever kind of processes, or even releases through the practice of awareness. Awareness also is a practice, very strong practice of stopping future new karmas. First, you become aware and you don't do new karmas. If you blindly go on doing tapas, it's not going to help you, because awareness has to be in the tapas also. That's why I say many people, 20 years pass, nothing has happened. I've done so much sadhana. You have not had awareness in your sadhana. Sadhana has become robotic for you. It's like a technique, your method you're doing. Maybe little here and there things change, but it's not everlasting. What use is a person who's telling me, I've done 20 retreats in my whole Janma, and I've done this level, that level. And finally, when I look at their real level, what they're talking level, they feel they have reached nowhere. Even after all the achievements of. So, these process of consciousness is not a degree or a rank or a gold medal or a certificate that you can achieve by levels. It is about your awareness. So, if you have done 4th level, 5th level, 10th level, 25th level, if you don't have awareness 25th level, you are as good as level number 1. But if you have little awareness or better awareness, and even if you do level 2 or 3, you are in a state of 25th level. As simple as that. That's how it works. Now, I have not done all these levels. Any levels I have not done. I have never been bothered about it also. Initial days I used to do some petty small shivers here and there with my guru. After that I didn't have a chance to do it. Even when most of the big shivers also, when I used to be in the part of the team. I was busy in my duty. You cannot do shivers there. You cannot meditate while you're on duty. You got to be alert and vigilant. I was on job. So it was as good as not doing any techniques there. But I was always present with my master. I was always in awareness of his presence. And that did wonders. Forget all the techniques. Simple things they are, very simple things. Very, very simple things. So it's not about levels. Levels don't help you. Level only helps the ego. Where I can boast and say, I've done this, I've done that. I've been to this level. The level of a person depends on the level he or she talks about. The more higher the level they talk about, the more level of consciousness they are in. Because the one who has reached that level of consciousness will never talk of their level, my dear. Who can say, I've reached here, my consciousness is still here, I'm better than that. Oh, that person doesn't know anything, I'm better in consciousness. It's all ego play. The higher you rise, the more you'll notice, and you are just a witnesser. You might notice, okay, that person is lesser than you, or you are more, or you are less, or whatever, but that will not even come to your mind of comparison. Oh, you are witnessing it. You are witnessing the difference also, but not going into the effect of that. You are not affected by the outcome of that experience of witnessing. You witnessed, but no effect after that. You are not enjoying the outcome, the conclusion of what you saw. You are not making an opinion or a conclusion. You have seen the difference, but you are not making a difference. Can you get that? That is living in awareness. You're fully aware of who you are. You are fully aware of who the other person is. I'm telling you, if you practice awareness continuously, you will fully become aware of who you are at any state of life, and you are fully aware of who the other person is in front of you, including their levels, your levels, everything. But there is no conclusion, there is no discussion, there is no talk about it, there is no even thought about it. Oh, that is this level, they need to come to this level, I need to go to nothing of that sort. The difference is seen, but you are unaffected by it. That's pure awareness. It will show you things, but it will not make you react on things. What reacts on things? That's the ego, that's the mind. So the moment you find somebody comparing, telling somebody or declaring your levels or seeing somebody's level and judging them or something, the moment you judge, you are in your mind consciousness, you are in your ego consciousness, operating from that level. There is no awareness. There is no even this. It is this completely. There is no even this. If this is there, you might judge a person, but then you will retract immediately. Oh, no, I'm because there's an awareness. Oh, I am having an opinion. I made forget it. This is this. This is no opinions at all. So with this, what I'm showing you, you can see your level, what level you are in. Other than the titles that we have gone, or so many seminars we have attended. There was this course of Vipassana, which is still going, Goenkaji's very beautiful course, the Buddhist course it is. The complete Lord Buddha's method they teach, 10 days in silence, Vipassana. They're very difficult because almost every day you are supposed to be in silence. Completely, no talking, no gestures also. So I've seen people who have done those also. Spend like 10 Vipassanas and then they still come and talk about what level they are and all that. And they did a course of not talking, silence. So I'm wondering, 10 days into 10 events, retreats, how many days? You're talking about 100 days. 100 days of silence. And they cannot be silent for 100 minutes. 100 minutes means not even 1.5 or 2 hours. It cannot be. What use is that 100 days of silence? What happened? So the boasting is of no use. I did 10. If you have done 10, good for you. If you have not done 10, good for you, whatever it is. So, dear ones, it's not about that. Be very careful not to get caught up in these things. It is all about your awareness. You do 1, you do 10. It is about your quality of awareness that you have in that retreat. How much aware of you are, about who you are really. Who are you? The real you. Can you separate yourself, split yourself in that silence? Can you see, I am this witnesser? And can you observe and witness what is around you? Can you witness your mind? Can you witness your body as a separate entity that has got stuck to you? You have nothing to do with it. Karma stuck that body and that mind to you. So, can you, for a moment also, even if you can do it for 5 minutes, you have achieved a great leap in your consciousness. 5 minutes practicing and just finding out who is the Sat within, who's the one who is observing, who's the one who's talking this, who's the one who's even thinking about this, where is that one person, and what is this personal experience. Experiencing is easy. You become aware of something, I say, you can become aware. If I say become aware of your room right now, you can become aware right now. You can say that, okay, I can, you can know that, okay, I can see walls around me or windows around me or whatever things around me. I've become aware. If I say become aware of your body, you will suddenly become aware. Just now see, just become aware of your body. Become aware of the clothes that you're wearing, which is touching your skin. That's all. Wherever the cloth is touching your body, become aware of all that skin part. Don't worry about the exposed skin. I'm talking about the skin which is touching your clothes. Just become aware of the contact between the clothes and your skin. From top to bottom, till your feet. What all can you feel? What all can you experience? What all can you become aware of? Where all? Which all parts? See, when you are doing this exercise, you will see that suddenly your skin has become conscious. Was it conscious just even 5 minutes back, 1 hour back, 1 day back, 7 days back? It was not. You are not even aware that there is skin on your body, though it is there. But now, suddenly, when you are seeing the contact between the skin and the clothes, suddenly you'll see the skin has become alive there, as though you are, the sensation that you're feeling, the life is there in that skin, whichever is touching your body. This is what I mean by awareness. Awareness means suddenly you become conscious, you become alert, you become alive. Now it is easy for you to experience this body. You are experiencing your skin, you are experiencing the touch. This is easy for anybody to do. But have you observed who's the one who is experiencing this? Let's find out. Why I'm experiencing my body. I'm experiencing the touch of the clothes. But who is this one that is experiencing through this body? Right now you're looking at something in front of you. Maybe your screen. Are you the body looking at it? Just become aware. Suddenly you will see that the body is not looking at it. Something is looking through this body. Somebody is peeping through these eyes. Someone, some being is peeping through these eyes. Some being is listening through these ears. You are not the ears. Someone is listening through this. Someone is feeling the skin through this body. It is not the skin who is you. You are experiencing through the skin. Find out who's that you. Who's the one who is looking through these eyes? Can you sense a kind of separation between you and the body, the one who is seeing, and the body itself? Can you separate that being which feels like trapped in this body and this mind? If you feel that there is someone who's alive and watching through these eyes, that's the I. That's the self. This is that self that experiences life through this body. Whatever touch you are feeling, the touch is not from the body. That's you who are experiencing through the body. You are using the body to touch and feel something. You are using the body to eat and taste something. You are using the body to listen to something like this right now. Body is not listening. You are listening through the organs called ears, because you need these tools to catch the voice and decode it through your brain and give the message to you. Who are that you? You are the one who is using all these organs called brain, eyes, ears, hand, feet, mouth, nose. But you are not that. Let that you only witness everything right now. Just become conscious of whatever you can. Just know that you are not that. You are not the body who's becoming aware. You are not the house that you live in. You are not the room that you're living in. You are not the chair that you're sitting in. You are completely disconnected from all that. There is something who is inside this body, who is watching everything, hearing everything, seeing everything, touching everything, smelling everything, tasting everything. That's the you, that's the soul that has set out on this journey to experience life. You are experiencing this life because you had this desire to experience everything. And without a body, it was not possible. So you took this body and then forgot that you are within the body and began thinking that I am the body, I am this mind, I am this ego, I am this emotion, I am this feeling. You began identifying with it. You took it so seriously that you got engaged with your body and then became the doer and started doing things and started claiming things. When you became that, you got involved into the world through all your relationships, through all your possessions that you have, through all the names that you got. You are not that name. That name was given only to your body. You don't have a name. You have been moving from one body to the other in the same manner, observing, witnessing, and experiencing, enjoying and feeling the pain of all the experiences while using this body, because you felt you are this body, you are this mind, you are the ego. You are none of these. You are that eternal pure self, purest of the pure. It cannot be harmed. You are the one which cannot be destroyed. You are the one which cannot be born and which cannot die. You have always been eternal. You have life and you have death only when you believe that you are the body, you are the mind. You have gains and profits and you have losses only when you feel that you are this mind and you are this body. The real you has nothing to lose, nothing to gain. It is always pure and eternal. It is always in that pure space. Become aware of your own self. Become aware of the real I, the real pure you. And suddenly you will lose all your disconnection, all your connections with your body, your mind, all associations, all possessions, all false titles. You will then remind yourself that you have come here on a vacation to temporarily experience all that which you do not experience. So you will respect all your experiences because you chose these experiences. For that, you took this body. But in a life of unawareness, too much attached to the body and mind, you got lost in this illusion called Maya. Lost without a purpose. Lost without knowing from where have you come from, where are you going, and who you are truly. Got identified very strongly with everything around and forgot the real you. Now, in this awareness, become aware of your own self. This is when we say the self is aware of itself. Awareness is aware of awareness. Then you can disassociate in this manner yourself from your body by shifting into this awareness of who you are. You will see how temporary all these connections are. You will see how temporary, how the world is. Everything is coming and going. You are eternal. From this state of awareness, become very conscious of your true purpose of life. You came here not to waste your time, indulging in all the activities which does not belong to you, which you are not. You came here to fulfill those purposes, those desires which made you a human. So it's a temporary experience. It has to be given completion. Just become aware of all the connections that you have in this life. All the karmic people that are in your life. All the karmic things that are in your life. You chose this before birth because you wanted to experience it. Today, whatever you are undergoing or connected to is what you once chose to experience. Today, you are living that experience. There is nothing about rejection or acceptance. Right now, just become aware of all the things that you feel you are connected to or you are detached to. They were all part of your experiences. Every lifetime you have changed these bodies. Every lifetime is a new story. New parents, new children, new spouses, but the souls are the same, repeating the stories in different bodies. Why? Because you did not give it a completion. If you do not give completion to your karmic bonds, you will be born again and again to experience the pain and pleasure. The more the attachments you have with the things and people around you, the more you are bound to become connected and bonded with them karmically. That is not your true purpose of human life. You came to finish off the pending karmic debts and unclutch from all these connections which bound your soul to the earthly plane, to take births again and again and experience the pain and pleasure of birth and death. Become fully aware of your karmic ties, the ones that did not serve the purpose in this life, the ones that did not give you happiness, the ones that brought you pain. They were all meant to bring you pain. Karmically, they were all supposed to give you pain because you chose this experience. It's your karma return. So accept gratefully everything that happened to you in the past and consciously, in full awareness, sever the connections with them. Disconnect because the lessons has been provided. You will be only able to disconnect with them only and only if you have learned your lesson of what that bondage came into your life to give you that experience. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to react also to what you feel. They are all shadows. They have no strength until you, the ego consciousness, gives it strength. My master always said, drop all your stories and you will be realized. What is separating you from yourself is your stories. The stupid stories, the useless stories, which you chose to play it out and experience because you desired so. Now, when the experience has happened to you or is happening to you, you have the free will choice whether to continue nourishing it by being in the story or to disconnect completely so that the lesson is learned. The purpose of connecting with that karmic connection is over. You can choose to take that action. For if you do not choose, and if you relish your stories and take pride in your stories and keep it moving in your consciousness, remembering and recollecting those memories of good, bad, or ugly, the lesson is not learnt. those experiences will return to you again and again, because you have not learned what you were supposed to learn from that karmic bond. If you have truly learned, the stories must be dropped and dissolved into that present state of consciousness. Your consciousness is very powerful. It can dissolve all the experiences. Right now, become aware of the space around you. That's your consciousness experiencing the room, the space in your room. All the drama of life takes place in the consciousness. You are experiencing all the dramas, which sound so true. They are not true. Remember your past experiences. They gave so much of pain and misery and sounded so real. Go to any past experiences and you'll see you were affected by it mentally, emotionally, and physically at that time. Now, if you look at it, it's all just a dream, just a shadow. Nothing even touched your soul. What it touched was your ego consciousness. The ego consciousness reacted to all those experiences and created a big drama of stories, and then stored it in your chitta, which you again and again pull out and experience. And from the same shadows, you believe it is so true and so real. This is the power of Maya. Whereas your soul is not being affected even a bit by it. Right now, in whichever state you are sitting, no person or no experience can touch it right now. But your mind has the power to recreate it and relive that drama as though it is very real. And then you choose to react to that drama and cause pain and suffering to your mind and emotions and body. The moment you react with it, you generate new karmas. You are giving birth to new bijas, which is what I meant. The lesson is not yet learned. These bijas will continue sprouting and bringing you similar experiences. So, if you do not wish these experiences to be a part of your life, drop all these stories. Dissolve it in the fire of your consciousness right now. There's nothing to do, no energy work, no healing work. All that you have to do is drop it. Make a conscious will, a sankalpa, to drop everything that does not or did not serve your purpose. Your sankalpa is strong. In a heightened state of awareness, whenever you drop something, it will just move out of your conscious space. It is we only who create these dramas in our life by holding on to these shadow memories and giving it so much of importance. If you do not like any of these experiences to be repeated in your life, consciously drop them with a feeling that I have learned what I had to learn. Now my soul has evolved I have evolved, I have understood, and I am transcending these experiences. And because I have learned it completely and no more wish to experience it anymore, I drop these experiences right now. Now, what is it that is pending from my life? What is it that I have not yet learned? What is it that I am trying to yet create? What are my balance and pending desires for which I have taken life? Make a sankalpa to bring only those experiences in your awareness which will give completion to it in this life itself. You do not have to mix your past stories and your present creations, because then life will become too hectic. Once you have dissolved your past and whatever is not serving your highest good, bring your awareness only on that which is going to serve your purpose, which you feel, which you feel that you have taken birth for, which you feel that once you complete with it, you are done with, and there is nothing more to be achieved. Stay in this awareness and find out. Find out what is it that you feel you're conscious about, that you have taken this birth for. Become fully aware of only those things. Even if you're not aware, if you do not know, do not worry about it. Just tell your soul, your consciousness, to bring into awareness only that for which you have taken this human birth. Even if you don't see it, or do not realize or experience it, your consciousness knows it, soul knows it. Only make a firm will in your consciousness that only that's for my highest good, and only that which yet is pending, only that let it be in my awareness and let it come into my experience, because I have discarded the rest which is not serving my purpose. Let whatever has to unfold and finish off and is not serving my purpose began dissolving. Let it begin dissolving. This is the conscious effort that we make by saying that we are ready to finish off all those life experiences which we have completed and serves us no more. Let only that which is remaining come into my conscious awareness, and may I have that experience in complete awareness. Let me be living my life and experiencing those experiences which my life is living for, and let me live it in complete awareness, never in ignorance, never in delusions, so that when I am experiencing that pending desires of mine, may I not be lost in the grossness of that experience and end up creating more bijas. When I live in complete awareness, I am also side by side learning the lessons I will need to learn from that experience. Thus, I will give completion to that experience. And thus, that life of awareness with the remaining events supposed to happen in my life, I also become aware of my higher self and my true purpose of life. Through the experience itself, I experience myself too. I experience the God consciousness too. Thus, I do not postpone the experiences, nor I postpone my unification with the God consciousness. They move simultaneously until eventually and gradually my consciousness experiences and dissolves all the grossness, and I be united with the final goal of God realization. Please know that even to come to this state of realization and this state of doing this practice and even becoming aware of yourself and the higher self is nothing but pure grace. Whomever you might credit that grace to, your master, the Guru Mandala, God consciousness, or even your own higher self or your soul. These are all the blessings of the God consciousness through these various different representations. They make you fully conscious. The God consciousness makes you fully conscious through this grace. Because not everybody understands these simple but deep, profound truths of who you are. So be bountifully happy. It's only by special grace that you can even think of yourself and higher purpose. These realizations come only to very mature souls on the path. So be bountifully grateful and offer gratitude to your higher self and to all the people and to all the souls and to all the higher beings who have helped you realize this state. And all these beings are nothing but pure God consciousness acting through different experiences, through different people, and through different experiences. If you can sit with yourself early mornings or evenings or late nights and just go through this process, you don't even have to remember what I said. Your consciousness already has stored it. You just have to sit and recreate this experience. And even if you can do it for 10 to 15 minutes a day, you will notice a marked changes in your life, because all those moments you will be purely dissolving all that is not for your highest good. All your stories will drop and dissolve, and your attention and awareness and consciousness will remain on only that which is bound to happen. Thus, you are filtering out all the garbage from your consciousness, and you are left with very little which you can give your wholehearted soul attention to, so that you have a profound experience of that. And as you live your life in awareness, be observant to all the things that happen to you as a part of this process that is dissolving. Whatever has to finish will come for completion, will happen for completions. So there is no aversion or craving. There is no attraction or repulsion to any experiences. It's a neutral state. You're just watching everything dissolve neutrally through awareness. Because if you react, new bijas. If you don't react, if you allow things to unfold the way it is, no new bijas. Thus you dissolve the old stories, the old seeds, and the old fruits. Now become aware of that self which was watching through this body, that was feeling through this body. That self. Become aware of your own self. That is not this body, not this emotion, not this feeling, not this mind, not this ego. None of this. It's very pure. But it is bound in this body because of karma. That is what we are actually dissolving just through awareness. Through non-doership, there is nothing to do here. You are just witnessing and bringing these feelings into your awareness of dropping. You are not even dropping anything with effort. It is completely effortless. It is just a realization, a feeling, of becoming aware, of dropping and holding on to that only which is for your highest good. So in non-doership, no effort, effortlessly you let go of things. Effortlessly you allow things that is supposed to complete your life journey. Become aware of the body as you have started with your clothes. Just become aware of the parts of the skin that is touching your clothes. Become aware of whatever you're seated on, the chair, the sofa, the bed, whatever. Just become aware of how you are touching anything outside of your body, like the chair or the floor. Become aware of the room around you. Become aware of everything that is there in the room. You may sense a separateness from your body, as though a being is listening and doing this activity through this body. It's a good feeling. With this, you will understand how unreal the world is. You may gently open your eyes if you feel so. If you have not closed your eyes, very good. And just become aware of the space around you. Without losing any connection or losing your awareness or consciousness, you just become aware of the space around you. This is that awareness, dear ones. This is that pure awareness which is very powerful, more powerful than you can even imagine. It can do and it can undo a lot of things. This is what I mean by shifting into awareness. In the starting, I talked only about gross awareness. You must understand there are two kinds of awareness. One is the gross awareness that I talked about, which is more about feeling your body, feeling things around your body, feeling the room. These are all gross awareness. This is not higher awareness. In today's session, we had experience of both. We started with the gross awareness, and then we transcended the gross and went into higher awareness of the soul. When you become aware of yourself, the soul, that is higher awareness. When you become aware of any higher tattvas, like the Guru Tattva or Guru Mandalas, or the Param Tattva, the Shivatva, when you become aware of anything like that, that is higher awareness. You can choose to shift between these kind of awareness depending on your mental capacity or your environment. You can sometimes choose to be in higher states of awareness when your environment is conducive, or if you're in a very gross environment where you can't get into deep awareness, you can always practice the gross awareness, because please understand, the more practice you have in your gross awareness, being aware of your body, your breath, your organs, what is happening, sensations in your body, even without telling anyone. You are in a busy world, you are doing your work, everything, but you become aware of it. When you start doing that, it's very easy later to shift into higher awareness. So these practices will help you enter into higher states of awareness. And when you are in higher states of awareness, if you can sustain it, see, I can explain to you in both these forms. You might be a busy professional, you might be a housewife, you might be a businessman, you might be a student, you might be anybody who is supposed to do so much work in this world, because that's your prarabdha. I'm talking about doing all that in complete awareness. Yesterday, I was talking in my personal consultation with one gentleman from the UK who seemed to be very confused with his journey. It all began few years back when he had visited a temple, and suddenly he had a shift in his consciousness. From then, suddenly he began reading people's mind. He could know what is in somebody's mind, and he had these profound experiences of feeling somebody's emotions and also his own emotions being transferred to somebody else and somebody experiencing that kind of emotions. Though these might look very lucrative and very profound and very nice, that person was not feeling nice. There were other kind of things that happened to the body and mind all these years, 10, 12 years, going through the same experience. Imagine having a profound experience of a higher space of consciousness. Person went to multiple places, could not understand what was happening. And finally, yesterday when we communicated, I just told him one thing. They are all very true experiences that happen as your consciousness evolves. But what is bothering you? What was bothering the person was he was unable to work. I remember my Gurudev once talking about this and said, if you are not evolved consciously, such things can become a barrier to you. That is why in this field also it is said, never go behind siddhis. Because siddhis is something which you can achieve, but your body and your mind may not be able to handle it. Why? Because we are not ready for it yet. Anything that happens sahaj, naturally, is what is ready for you. So my Gurudev used to always say, sahaj pake so meetha. What ripens naturally is always sweet, whichever fruit. Very true. That is why I said being able to read somebody's minds, of people's mind, is a blessing and a curse. It has its own pros and cons. It can be a blessing in certain stages, but it can be a curse if you do not know how to handle it. Imagine you're sitting and 10 people around you all are thinking, and you're reading everybody's mind. 10 people at the same time. What a chaos. What a noise. You'll catch your head and go mad if you can't stop it. It's a curse for that person. It is a blessing to that person who cares a damn about all these things. Because then that person is not affected by it. I used to observe my master, and I used to know exactly when he's thinking about others. Whenever I looked at him, I would know when he's reading someone, including me. I would very clearly know right now he's tapping into me or tapping into someone. I don't know who, but I know he's tapping into somebody's consciousness because his bodily symptoms and his facial expressions, over a period of time, I learned to notice that how it works. And I used to wonder, how can somebody read people's mind like that? Then from my own life experiences, I noticed that not all the time he read my thoughts. There were times when he responded in various ways, in his own way, because no mystic who are true will ever want to show you that they are reading something. They will be very quiet about it and they will do their work, whatever they have to do. But if you are aware of somebody who is aware, then you will notice certain patterns from where you will understand, okay, this is how they work. I'm talking from that point. So I knew that he was very choosy from where he wanted to receive inputs. His consciousness was open to everything, all the experiences, but his same consciousness could filter out and take and absorb only what he wanted, though they are open to everything. This is what precisely was happening to that person also. So all that I told the person was, one second. हाँ भाई इधर ही हूँ. क्या है? वो रिटर्न है. ഇങ്ങനെ jubbuanidi jubbu anu astakannu idanka afkaisina ne jenne ishelaki ne jenne ding 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 ding. Sorry, there was a courier guy here. Po, po. So this person was actually talking about this experience and it was very overwhelming. Now when people look at these kind of experiences, who will not long for such kind of experience? Everybody wants to have such kind of experiences, but I am telling it can be detrimental to a person's growth. That person was finding it so detrimental, they could not live a normal life, professional life, on the verge of even having disturbances at workplace. 10 years. All I needed to tell him was teach him a little bit of awareness of becoming grounded and letting go of that feeling, of that knowing. It's all about your consciousness. The more aware you become of something, that person was all the time aware of that thoughts, because the awareness, consciousness was there, it was reading like anything all the time. Wherever you put your attention, your consciousness, that will multiply. That will become alive. So it's just a matter of pulling down your consciousness from there, your awareness from there, and rooting it into something else. The moment you do that, that experience will reduce. This is what I call by maturity. A mature soul will know to automatically do these things An immature soul which has gained siddhis or tried to get it will be bewildered by all these things because they do not know how to operate on that. That's the reason I suggest nobody should put their attention on all these things. The only awareness that you should be conscious of all the time is yourself. If ever you like to be constantly in some awareness, let it be only on yourself. This what we did today. The one who is observing, the one who's experiencing, the experiencer, who's the experiencer, going to the root. That is exactly what Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi said. Find out who am I? Who is that I? Just keep questioning. Who am I? Who am I? You'll see, I'm not this. Who am I? This body? No, I'm not this. Who am I? This identity? No, I'm not this. You keep on doing. Slowly you will enter that real I. So it is not about, consciousness is not about all these. Consciousness is not about experiences. Seeing light somewhere, seeing the soul somewhere, seeing God somewhere, going and connecting somewhere, bringing in something from somewhere, activating your powers. They are all good, but they can keep you stuck. I have seen many people being stuck in that. Even the biggest of biggest guys. Still stuck in it. Because Maya is so strong, it will not even allow you to even give that understanding, oh my God, I'm stuck. It will feel this is it. It's very risky to go on that. So, I was explaining living a life of awareness means the gross awareness and the higher awareness. Now, what happened was this person was constantly living in some higher awareness, a higher lokas and all that. What happens is you have 6 chakras, 3 up, 3 down, and 1 in the center. So 6 plus 1, 7. That's how it's. But 6 chakras, 3 function upwards, 3 function downwards. The 3 upward chakras are responsible for your awareness of the higher awareness, higher consciousness. When you are rooted in higher consciousness, all these 3 are lit up, are active. When you are rooted in your worldly desires or lower consciousness, the lower 3 chakras activate. Like if you are in love with someone, and if you are having a relationship with someone, or if you love a desire, a job, a home, a car, or you're connected or attached to your spouse, or to your children, or to your parents, or to whatever, pets or whatever. Those are all the lower pulls, so your lower 3 chakras will be activated whenever that happens. So any kind of relationships, when you are interacting, know that it is not the higher chakras. You will notice this very clearly. There will be a downward pull always. It will be towards attraction, it will be towards the lower, like sexual desires, and lower pulls of attachment. You want to see, you want to miss. It's the lower 3 chakras that are doing that. Lower awareness this is. And the one is the higher awareness. So persons who are rooted in this will be in the lower desires. Somebody who is rooted in this will always be in the upper desires. Now what are we talking about? My Gurudev always said about Bhog and Moksha. Bhog and Moksha, Bhog is the 3 lower chakras, Moksha is the upper 3 chakras. And Bhog and Moksha, if both has to go hand in hand, then it is balancing all the 6 chakras. How do you balance the 6 chakras? What is the connector between the upper 3 and the lower 3 chakras? The heart chakra, center chakra. This is the balance chakra. So you can balance if you stay centered. You are not too extreme here, you are not too extreme down. Both will give problems. If you are only downwards, you will see that your lower consciousness is always downward, and then your experiences will be downward. If you are all the time downwards, then whatever happens to you, you will be triggered, you will be in that kind of sensation, you will be experiencing the pain and even the pleasures, lower pleasures are there, all the pain, it is only in that. But if you activate your lower three and your higher three, the same experience, it's not that you will miss the experience, the lower experience will be there, but there will be divinity to that. There will be a sense of good consciousness to that. That's how you bring purity to even the gross work. That is exactly what Krishna said. Lord Krishna said, Yogas Kuru Karmani. While you are doing your duties, while you are doing your worldly stuff, that is the lower three chakras, remain connected to me, the upper three chakras. How? If you are balanced, if you are rooted in your heart, neither there, neither here, you will not experiencing it. The what you call the strong pulls of both ends, like the tug of war. You can remain centered through your heart. That is why they say, don't function through your mind, function through your heart. Mind is extreme one other side. Doesn't mean just the opposite, because the mind can think anything. Mind is a tool. It can think of the higher three or the lower three also. So the mind reacts to the lower three chakras, you are gone downwards. Mind reacts to the upper three, you are pulled upwards. This person was upwards. See the problem. He is in London and in a very good profession, but unable to stay rooted. That is what he was telling me yesterday. I am unable to be rooted in my awareness because these upper three are overwhelming. I am reading people's mind, the emotions, to the extent that I just have to think about a person and that person looks at me. Or somebody from some angle is thinking about me and suddenly I look there and I even read the thoughts. And it's so disturbing because it's a competitive field. People are talking good, thinking bad, and in a business meeting, all these things are going on. Unable to do what? No, don't know what to do. Because the upper three chakras are hyper. There's no balance. That is why that person cannot be rooted in the work. And there are people opposite. Those who are in the work or in the grossly worldly stuff, they are completely lost in that. Lower three chakras. Upper three are not activated at all or have no power. Their upper three chakras are dead. Only in the lower three chakras, the Manipura, the Swadhisthana, Mooladhara. All the time will be thinking about me, myself, my body, myself, my story, my house, my people, my life, the three. My life and my death. And the worries about my security, my bodies, all these kind of concerns, the lower three chakras only. Upper three chakras dead. Why it is dead? Not activated anytime. The ones who pray, the ones who meditate, the ones who live in awareness have these upper three chakras activated. But you got to know this balance. If you are all the time in sadhana, if you are 24/7 thinking about God and thinking about the higher self and all that, you will see that the lower chakras will not function. You cannot do small things. You will have no interest in doing things. There are people also who write to me and tell that I have no interest in doing anything. I don't feel like, my heart is always thinking about the soul. I said no. Because if you don't get involved in what you are supposed to do in your earthly life, that's not a completion. And you have taken birth for that. And the reason why many people can't go upward is because of this lower pull. There are pending desires down. Until you give a completion to that, you cannot proceed further, because how much ever high you go, it will pull you down. Because that is the reason you have taken this birth. Once you understand this funda very clearly, you will balance your life. You will not want to discard this nor that. You will be present here also and there also. This is exactly what I am teaching, shifting into awareness. When are you shifting into awareness? While I am in the world. While I am in the mind, I shift into awareness. And then do my work. Whatever I am in this world, do it with higher awareness. So that reason I began telling people about First, become aware of your lower three chakras only. Become aware of your house, your pet, your people, your garden, your body. These are all three chakras, lower chakras. Why should we become aware of our body when we know we are not the body? It begins from there. I do not want to go directly into that self. Because the moment you say, oh, I'm not this body, I'm not this body, and you go into that upper three chakras, your lower three chakras will have a problem. That is why I mix this always. You begin with the body, you become aware of the body, you ground your body, then you go deeper, you witness the higher three chakras, you experience that awareness, higher awareness, and then come back again into the body. See what we are doing, we are grounding, it's all grounding properly. We are not discarding anything. I hope this makes things very clear to you. There are some comments, I'll just go through it. Anita ji, mind is always going to be anti. It can never play a friendly role. It can. Mind is not going to play it. Mind won't play it because mind is just a playground. Whatever you put in that, it becomes that. It's like a vessel. In the vessel, you put bitter things, it will become bitter. You put sweet things, it will become sweet. You put bitter and sweet, it will become bitter and sweet. Mind is just a vessel, it doesn't know anything else. It's just like a container. But what is it that puts something into that? Or does not put something into it? There is a decision. What should I put in my mind? What should I not put into my mind? There is some decision maker, that is your viveka, your buddhi, that discriminates. No, this is not good, I am not going to put it. Oh, this is good, I need it, I am going to. So there is a decision maker, buddhi, which is governed by awareness. Awareness is the king. So if you are in awareness, you will be operating through your buddhi to take in or take in not. But the container is always there, mind is always there. And the mind will keep on playing whatever you have put into it from your past. So you ask, it's always going to be anti and can it never play a friendly? No, it is going to be anti and friendly both at the same time. Because of the contents of the past that you have put into it. It is just acting things out. It does, please understand this, the mind does not have an intelligence of its own. It cannot make decisions. It can just play out whatever is there in that. What makes decision is a viveka, buddhi. What to put in and what not to put in, and also what is there inside, how much should I experience what. Good things, oh I need to experience, the buddhi says okay, let me have this experience. There are some bad things, bad memories of the past, bad stories of the past, it's coming in, the buddhi says I don't need it. See, the decision maker is important. If the decision maker is absent, suddenly it will be happy and suddenly it will go into depression. Suddenly all the past memories will come and suddenly you will start being in the drama of the mind, which is not real also. Those are just memories, but see how real. So there the mind is becoming friendly and anti. This is what Lord Krishna said to Arjuna. Arjuna asked Krishna, who is my best friend? Krishna said, your mind. And then who is my worst enemy? Krishna said, your mind. Mind can be friend and enemy, but the one who chooses is you, the awareness. That is why when you live in awareness, you have rooted it. You have rooted yourself properly and you make the decisions. Ishwar Darji, you are talking about siddhis described in Patanjali Yoga Sutras? Yeah. Basically, we are talking about that, but I am not talking at that level because what Patanjali Yoga Sutras describe is Ashta Siddhis, the 8 big siddhis. And I don't think any normal human being can reach to that level. Like Anima, Lagima, Garima, there are many such siddhis. Like one can become the size of an atom, one can grow to the size of a huge hill. So if somebody wants to pass through something, they become just a tiny ant and then they pass through it. These are siddhis. If you go to Guruvan in Kanjangad, Bhagwan's cave is there. In that cave, you can walk only up to a few feet. You can then crawl. It becomes narrow. Then when you enter the little chamber where 3 people can sit, There, if you see, there are 3, 4 holes, and those holes are only this big. Only this big. Deep. They were deep tunnels going for miles. How can somebody pass through this much? And it's a very active place. Siddhis. To get into that, you should have that power to become that small and enter into that. These are all there in the stories of Mahabharata and Ramayana, where they change forms and become an insect, or then they become something. From where modern film guys, fiction guys picked up stories like Honey I Shrunk the Kids and all that. It's from that siddhis. But we are not talking about that siddhis because it's not easy to get those siddhis. So let's forget it in common. I am talking about the miniature of the Ashtasiddhis. Like this telepathy, clairvoyance, clairaudience. That person was having clairaudience because he was hearing sounds of people. That's clairaudience. When you close your eyes and you see visions of many people, different places, and different things. Sometimes when you close your eyes and you're a deep awareness, you see scenes, and that scene might be familiar to you. It might be from some other country, some other place, or it can be from your own past life. It can be from your own past life also. I am not sure if I am having the relay. Just let me check because something got disconnected here. Just hold on for a moment. Okay, I am hearing my own voice. That means I am there online, but I can't see it here. That's fine. Just give me a moment. Just let me. I know you are able to see me because I can see it in the YouTube here. Okay. Yeah, so I was talking about the miniature cities, like all this clairaudience and all. And when you see distant things, they can be from your own past, or they can be from your future tense, what you're saying, or it can be a event happening somewhere else, which is not related to your life, but you're seeing something of somebody else. But in any case, it is not going to help. It's not going to be of any help to you. It can actually catch you up with a lot of things which is not meant for you. It's not supposed to be for you. I'm sorry, I'm just getting distracted here. The only thing that I'm okay, I'll use my cell phone only here to catch up with your comments. That is what the reason I was wanting to come. I lost that page. Yeah, I was just replying to Ishwarji saying that Awareness is in the presence of the master, very profound. Yeah. So why I'm telling you not to give too much of importance to it, because it can make you feel stuck. It can get you stuck, and it can give you that feeling that this is it. And then it's very difficult, I'm telling you, the greatest of greatest people have got drowned in that. They get carried away with that. And it's a big experience then. Once you start experiencing that vastness of that powers, then you can get lost in it. In with mind will give you all kind of excuses that it's all good, it's good for me, it's good for the world and all that, but it can keep you stuck for lifetimes, that kind of experiences. This is what I learned from Bhagwan Ramana's words. These are his words actually. He has always asked to be alert, that all these things have happened and it is happening from eons, not new. So when I look into the current world affairs, I see there is so much of resemblance of what is happening. So it all depends on what you want to experience. If people who want to experience those kind of stuff, it's all good. But only thing is, you never know when you slip down, and if you slip down, then you can tumble down, and then it might take eons of time to get back to where you are. So that is why they suggest to be very careful. Krishna, no mind, no judgment. Yes, absolutely. Judgment happens only when we are rooted in the ego consciousness or the mind consciousness. It's a very gross kind of state. Only then you can judge. Kannu Bhai got the darshan and blessings of Prakash Swami, had given me biscuits of as prasad and lots of laughter. Okay. And said go with blessings. Very nice. Because Avadhuta Prakashananda is one person who hardly talks. I believe one of our friend is gone to Kumbakonam to meet Avadhuta Prakashananda, a great mystic. Perfect example of silence. Perfect. Perfect witnesshood. Just be observing who's coming, who's going. Nothing to do with anyone. People coming, people going, all events happening. He'll walk around and he's just lost in that blissful consciousness. He's always in a bliss state. Who comes to him, you do namaskara to him, he doesn't care. You give him bad words, he doesn't care. Nothing to do. You give him food, he doesn't care. He might eat, he might not eat it, all that stuff. But he'll be closely just observing person to person. Nice boy. Do send me the picture. I had asked you yesterday if you can take his photograph and or video and share it. We'll share it with the world. So you say that he laughed. I have never seen him laughing. I have seen him smiling. Two, three times when I was there in front of him, you'd smile, a mocking kind of smile, and even giving some certain things, he does all that. But I have never seen him laughing. So that's something unique. Very nice. Those who wish to see this Avaduta, he lives in Kumbakonam, somewhere around Chidambaram, that area, down south in Tamil Nadu, Chidambaram area, the Akash Tattva, the Shiva temple, little above that only. When you come to Tanjavur and all that, Tanjavur, that side and all, Kumbakonam also is there. So there is a Lord Murugan temple. One of the 9 powerful Murugan temples is that in Swami Malai. It's a place called Swami Malai in Kumbakonam. Kumbakonam is a city, district rather. And Swami Malai is a small town. Swami means yogi. Malai means mountain. Mountain of yogis. On that is this Murugan temple, very famous. And next to that only he'll be wandering around all the time. Okay, you can see, and okay, I got that. See, today's practice of this awareness. Yeah, I was just let me complete that. So there are two stages of this. What I'm talking about. So what I told that gentleman was to practice more of gross awareness, because naturally he had got this higher awareness. Not a big deal. He was able to get into higher awareness very easily without any problem. Okay, I got the connection back. So that came naturally to him. In his past life, probably he had done something, and he now he's just continuing it. Suddenly, in that temple somewhere, he got that 10 years back, and it activated his higher chakras, and but he was not ready for it yet. And then he is going through this world. So all that he needed was gross awareness. So I just told him, because he was even on pills. That's what I was trying to explain to him. Science has not yet reached Sukshma Shariras. They only work on the body. Psychiatrists will work only on the mind and body. And it is very, very strange and stupid to see they treat the mind by treating the physical body, by giving pills to the physical body, chemicals to the physical body. What they are trying to do and alter is the brain, not the mind. Very unfortunate. All the mind sciences actually work on the brain. They don't know that mind is completely a different body in itself, the mind body. So all this is happening in his experience. See, his experience of the higher and telepathy and clairaudience and all these things, where it is happening? In the mind. When he's sleeping, does he have it? No. You see how powerful the mind is? Even if you have siddhis also, you can only experience it in your mind. So what you say is right. No mind, no judgment. So the moment he starts working with gross awareness, I said, become aware of the people, the office, the table, the chair, the work, the body. So when you're putting your attention from on these things, your attention is removed from there and your awareness is rooted here. So that is a natural, and that's how you can keep balancing. First he did not believe it, because he was still jittery. He was even holding his cell phone this way. It was shaking. He was very anxious. But by the end of the session, he was completely grounded. And he said, I have not had this experience because I have always been jittery. I said, this is all that you need to do. Just ground yourself. There are people who are high all the time. I have met many of my friends. One of them was a housewife in Chandigarh, my friend's wife only. Both of them were sadhaks. She used to always be even in the kitchen cooking, and she's lost. She's not in that. So she said, I am not able to take care of my children, my husband, even the cooking I am not able to do completely. I cannot cook for them and they depend on me. Life has become a hell. See the words, life has become a hell. By having experiences of heaven, can your life become hell? The mind. The mind makes it hellish. The mind makes it feel that way. Even the best of experience, if you do not know how to cherish life and have that experience in a balanced state, that same heavenly experience will become hell for you. And they feel it is spirituality. It is not spirituality, because until you are human, until you are grounded, you are not going to complete your tasks. And that is a very big struggle, because you are neither there nor here, na ghar ka na ghat ka. So it is very important. That's one reason why my master said bhog and moksha always go hand in hand with the world. You don't have to quit the world, you don't have to go hand in hand. Do simultaneously, meditate simultaneously, at the same time live your life completely. This is what he meant. But people, unfortunately, they don't do that. That's why they have problem. When they are in their worldly activities, they are lost completely. They go complete adhogati in that, completely lost in Maya. And when they are meditating, they are only meditating. So some are only meditating and some are only in the world. Balance is very difficult. Balance can happen through a life of awareness. You are doing sadhanas in the morning, and then you are pulling your awareness and keeping it sustained in your worldly activities also. So you are balancing it. You are not having only dry worldly experience. You are having a divinely worldly experience. See, that's what we in today's session also we were doing. We were trying to balance it, and we were trying to clear off the unbalanced. Many of the troubles in our life is because of this unbalance. We already have so much in hand, that is your current karma, and which is your future karma, which is again coming towards you. But instead of the future karma also, you need not worry about actually, because if you are rooted in your present and doing your practices in the present, what is supposed to come in the future is your sanchita only. So if you are completely in your present, you can dissolve a lot of sanchita, and that quality will come in the future and start coming towards you as you are moving forward in life. So if you go only in the present, walking only in the present, you are only taking this chunk. You are not really bothered about what's coming from there. But you know that your present, if you do it properly, you are altering the sanchita, which is going to alter even your forthcoming karmas. That is that awareness. So future is gone. But what weighs us more than the future is our past. Now in the present, we already have this prarabdha karma, the kriyaman karma it is called. Kriyaman is one is which is in action, which we are undergoing. Whatever that karma we are undergoing, that is kriyaman. That's readily in motion, activated. But instead of that, we are in the back. We are pulling back from our past memories. We pull it back and bring it into the present, and we live here in the present that memory. So if you are living in a memory is not of the present, it's from the library of the past. So if you are living in your memory, you are actually living in the past. You are not here, you are there. And then when you are always in the past, worrying about the past, all the stories I said, this happened to me, that happened to me, this, drop all the stories. You should come to a level where you should feel a smile when you think of your past. You should have a genuine smile on your face whenever you think of your past, because you'll say that, goodness, it's all gone. Finally, it's all gone. So that smile will come then. If it is not gone, then you will crib over it. You will relive those experiences. You will feel trauma whenever you think of it. You will say, I don't want to think of my past. Let me not talk of my past. Then you are not healed. Because you are escaping from there. You are trying to escape something, thinking that I don't want to face that. This you will carry not only in your present, but also in your future. It is going to follow you. But today's method, what I said, consciously just dropping it. And dropping it doesn't need much big of an exercise. Just a sankalpa, a strong will that you're saying that enough, it's gone. And then when you actually drop it, and today when you look back at it, you say, oh wow, with a smile, it's gone. So even if somebody asks your past, or somebody wants to know your past, or even if you want to think of your past, you will have no hesitation in going there and saying, oh, it's all gone. There's nothing to even think, because when you go there, you'll find only bits and pieces of information. People who are holding very strong to it will have clarity of information. They will have even dates, time, person, environment, place, everything in accuracy, because it's so much stored in our chitta. We can come to know just by the way we are looking, reflecting back on it. And what is that? It's just a memory. Memory like what you have on your cell phone. Your photographs, your videos, whatever. They're all memory. They're not real. You play a video from the past, It is not existent at all, but it is there in your cell phone. When can you see this movie and interact and enjoy it or feel bad about that video? Only when you prefer to open it. So all the details of that movies also can affect you only if you are too much holding on to the stories. You'll never feel like saying even like, you don't know my past. 95% of the people in my personal consultation, whenever I try to, because it's all about the past, their present is a big problem because of the past. So whenever I try to enter into that realms and take it very lightly and try to do, because it's light, it's just shadow, it's nothing, it is non-existent, dear ones. It does not exist. You sit in awareness and see it is not real, it's not there, it's gone. Today it's not existent in your life, it's completely gone. But we give life to it. How do we give life to awareness? Awareness puts light. Wherever you put your awareness, it becomes lively. You saw your body, the moment you thought, your skin became alive. You go and think about your past, it becomes alive. Every incident will have its own form. So whenever I tell them about this and ask about dissolving, because they can heal their past, and say, for you it might be easy because you don't know what I've been through. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what kind of a life this is. Everybody's story is the same. I tell them, oh, I should take this. I should take this photograph. Very, very, very strange because you cannot have exactly this. Look at this. Can you see this? I don't know if you can see this. Average view duration. It changes every month. See, now it has become 11278. It has all changed, but exactly this for a few seconds. These are very divine synchronicities. And I'm talking on a certain subject and this appears, it means it's very profound. I was talking exactly about, you don't know about my story. You don't know how powerful or what I've been through. If I tell you, you'll have tears. I said, you tell and see. I'll have only laughter. You should come to a position when you are telling a story, you should laugh about it. That's the success of healing. But if you're telling a story and you're crying about it, you're not healed. That story is weighing you down. And with that story, you cannot ascend. Why? Because when you cry over your past, my life has been done this to me, you have not learned the lesson yet. The lesson is to learn and neutralize and learn that, okay, I did it, it was my stuff, it came to me, it pained, ouch, but I'm done with it. Oh, okay, fine now. No more ouches I want. But if I say, ouch, it hurts so much, it hurts so much, then you are creating new vijas, new karmas. And the more you create new karmas, the more similar kind of experience is going to come to you, because life is telling you, no, my dear, you have not learnt your lesson. You are only pitying yourself, self-pitying and staying in that crying mode always. Life has done this to me, because you are not seeing in the past what have you done. You are not taking blame for yourself that you created that karma which has returned to you. When you give a slap to someone, you laughed. And when that slap was returned to you, you are crying. So crying and laughter, neutral, khatam, lesson learned. You say, okay, that hurt. It hurt because you had hurt somebody. Now that person has hurt you. Whoever that person is, whatever drama happened in your life, came to give you back. And when you take it back, say, ouch, enough, no more. But if you say, no, how can that person do this to me? What did I do wrong? I am such a nice person, such a holy person, such a divine person, such a lovely person, such a perfect person. And this happened to me. How can this happen to me? I can't take this injustice. God is injustice, people are injustice, world is cruel, everything is bad except me. I am the only nice person and the whole world is troubling me. Do you think that makes sense? It doesn't make sense. So you got the lesson back. Okay, it hurts. Now I learned a lesson. Why? What is the lesson? Now I'll not do that. Because now when I say, oh my god, it hurts. So next time I shouldn't get it. I don't hurt anybody. Simple as that. But if I continue hurting people, then be ready for more ouch, ouch, ouch. That's how it goes. That is the reason I said, drop that story and drop the pride in the stories also. You don't know my life. I tell all of them, 95% time I tell, you will get stuck if you go in that mode. You don't know my life. And when you go to your friends, so-called friends, and you tell them, you don't know what happened to my life, thinking that they are going to now listen to you. My friend in need is a friend indeed. So I tell my stories to my friend. You know, this happened to me. And you know, this much I suffered. Oh my God. The kind of trauma I went through, then this happened, then that happened. You know, in that kind of a situation, I persisted. And then I did this, and then another blow came from here. And you know, even with that, can you imagine how I walked through that? Can you even think about it? How I went through it? And with all that, I'm telling you, with all that, I've lived so much of drama in that. And when you tell that to a friend, that is not a friend, it's a competitor now. They'll say, hey, that is nothing. You don't know about my life. Listen to this now, guy. Listen to what happened to me. And that person will dramatize it even more to make it feel that it is yours is nothing story, you know. Till now you are feeling yours is the mightiest story in this world. Listen to my story. This is the mightiest. And then another third person will come. Arey, tum dono ka chodo, meri suno. You listen what I have to say. Then another drama. And you get lost in this. Pitying each other, competing with each other, even in these traumas, is taking us nowhere. And people prefer to talk to friends. My friends are there. My friend is anything, any problem. I call up my friend and start crying, loudly start crying. And then that person is there to listen. Why do we call friend? Because that friend is never going to talk anything behind. Okay, oh, that happened. Keep it up. Great, your spirit is very good. Keep it up. You are not giving up. Keep it up. What are you not giving up? The ego you are not giving up. It's not the incident, the ego of that self-pityness, that victimhood, that this happened to me, this happened to me. That has to be given up. So we talk to friends. You will never talk to counselors or consultants or people like me and all. Because they will laugh and that's enough. This guy is crazy. How can this guy help? So our definition is helping means somebody should support in our crying, give a shoulder to cry. I said that's not a friend, that's an enemy. It's a big saying. I am your best friend. I will always have a shoulder for you to cry. That's your enemy. That's not your friend. Who's making you cry? The friend is who should stop making you cry. Crying all the time. This happened to me. That happened to me. So to make others stop cry, first we must stop crying. No doubt, all the good, bad, ugly happened in our life. Everybody's life it happens. But you must be able to look back at it. Even if you're telling a story, you should be able to smile at it. Not go in that sensation of that story. Then you're recreating it. Even if you've forgotten it, and if you have such kind of kudana kare, this kind of a friend, that friend will again reinstate, recreate karmic dramas for you. Tell me, is that a friend or an enemy? Life of awareness. The life of awareness will keep us aware. Whenever we are listening to somebody's story, whenever we are aware of our story, immediately your awareness will start up, shoot up. And you will become aware of what the drama is, and you will also become aware of whether you want to get into that drama. There are so many people I shut down, don't tell. Okay, forget it. Because it's neither way going to happen in any ways. वो बोलते हैं मन हल्का होता है बोलने से, हल्का नहीं होता है, भारी होता है. खासकर अगर भारी करने वाले लोग मिले तो, और बोलो बोलो बोलते जाओ, एंड यू क्राई एंड ब्रूड, यू बिकम मोर हेवी. दैट मोमेंट यू माइट फील दैट हो आई मन हल्का हो गया. मन हल्का हो गया, चित्त हल्का नहीं हुआ, चित्त तो बहुत भारी हो गया. यही कल तुम्हारे मन को इफेक्ट करेगा. दैट इज व्हाई आई से डिवोन, living a life of awareness is very helpful, because this awareness will stop us from doing all these things, and these are not small things. What if you live in your future and past, you are recreating the dramas of your life. That will keep you moving in that. You will see that is the reason why certain life dramas, even if you don't want in your life, it will keep on repeating. It's not gone from your chitta. The lessons are there to learn. There's something you're just hiding or moving away, or something you're pushing away, something you don't want to get into that lesson. Lesson means not the person or situation or environment. It is inside what is there in a chitta. Because the chitta only reflects it outside. So life of awareness means refusing to fall into negativity. Because if you fall into negativity very easily like this and you remain stuck in that, what is the difference between a spiritual person and a normal person, ignorant person? That person also is brooding and always negative and always thinking negative and always having pessimistic attitude towards life and others, not seeing any bright things in themselves or others. This even an ignorant person does. What is the difference between a spiritual person? Spiritual persons are those who are completely aware, who will know when their awareness is dropping, who will know when their energies are dropping, who will know, and they will know when to cut out of that. Because you know, if you go deeper down, it is very difficult for you to climb up. That is living in awareness. That awareness will protect you. Mind will not protect you. Because you are all the time in that practice of keeping your awareness neutral. So even if you tumble down, something in you will automatically work out and make you neutral. That's very important. That's not offensive. That's not something that should be taken as disrespect or bad or anything like that. It's not. You're appreciating the moments. Like for example, if I get angry, I never talk to that person at that time. I wait for things to settle down from my end or the other end, because I know it will take more deeper downer, because my awareness tells me you're gone down. Anger means you're gone down. You're not in that state of awareness. Irritation or anger, it has brought you down. Now if you continue to feed that ego into that anger, you are going to go desperately down. So it's better you retract yourself and pull back into that state of awareness again. If you don't do this practice, you're lost. You'll get lost. Then it is very difficult to climb. It might take for you hours to days for you to come back into that. So it's very dangerous. So you must have that awareness to see when things are going out of control. And when does that happen? When the 3 lower chakras are hyper, then only these things happen. But if your 3 upper and 3 lower are balanced properly, then even if there is anger, the upper 3 chakras will keep you pulled up. It will not let you drown. You might remain in that, you might have an experience of anger or irritation or whatever, but you will get your balance immediately. You'll come out of it. And you'll make the situation also come out immediately out of that, so that you see that the situation is not going down. Like in your family members or your loved ones, it's happening. When it's going for a fight, towards a fight, and you know there is going to be a quarrel and it's beginning, an aware person will retract from it and feed less of ego into that. Also not allow others to feed ego into it by retracting back. So retraction doesn't mean running or offending or disrespecting the other person or not giving value to the other person. It is just for the highest good of the situation. It has nothing to do with hurting, or it is nothing that you are not concerned about a family member. Because you are concerned, you pull back, because it can go very down. That's a life of awareness. So this, if simultaneously people in the family practice equally, you won't go to it. I mean to say, there are situations when we have seen, when people are low, two people are very low, and they're interacting and they go down. But if the two people are high and they have this awareness, they live in awareness, and even if there is things stumbling, you won't go down. You can't go down. You might have a little off balance, turbulence, but again it will come back to the normal and you can raise yourself up. That is living a life of awareness. That is what we must teach each other also, in the family also. So refusing to fall into negativity, or refusing to get drowned into negativity, is a life of awareness. I'm not saying not being affected. You are a normal human being. When you are a normal human being living the worldly experiences, you will get affected. But remaining affected in that, it's stupidness. It's okay to be triggered, because trigger is a human response or whatever. But it is not okay to be triggered and lingering in that space again, there only. Triggered and remaining, refusing to change, refusing to move up from there, refusing to let that thing go, then it's very difficult. Awareness will not allow you to do that. Even if you want to do that, your awareness will pull you out of that situation, keep you rooted up. That is what the power of practice of awareness. That is why I always say you must practice every day this awareness, because it will show you, that clarity will come. If you are not a regular practitioner of awareness, then you are a person of the mind. Understand this. Practitioner of awareness will operate from the awareness which is above the mind. Non-practitioner of awareness, if you are doing any other things also, any even tapas you are doing also, because tapas also comes from ego, it is a rajas tendency. Doing tapasya is a rajasic tendency. You go and do your own research and find out. It's not a sattvic tendency. Rajasic, I got to do it. Tapas, I got to put my efforts. I got to win over this. I got to break this. I got to heal this. I got to cut this out. I got to push this out. I got to release this. Very rajasic it is. It's not sattvic. So those kind of tendencies need the ego to be activated. And the unfortunate thing is, ego cannot kill the ego. What you're trying to kill is the ego. Let me clean my ego. Let me clean all the body consciousness. Let me clean all the things that are weighing me down, that is in the ego consciousness. Through what? Through my ego. It's very difficult. That is why people have a tough time doing this for years and years, and they still think, "Ye abhi tak gaya nahi hai. I'm doing this, but this has not yet gone." How will it go? It's not going to go. Like, for example, the ego. I have done so many shivers, I have done so many events, so many retreats, so many vipassanas, so many packages. I've been here, this country, that country, did this, did that, everything I've done. I have done, I have done, I have achieved, I have conquered. And what is your complaint? I'm not gained anything. I'm not able to let go still. I'm not able to see that changes in my life. How? Simple equation this is. Very simple equation. That is why I did that session also. Simplify your life. More you simplify, you move from tamasic to rajasic to sattvic. Sattvic is silence. Sattvic is non-doership. Sattvic is non-claiming anything. There is no that doers also. Hold on for a moment. Okay. So all these practices, whatever practices we are saying, this method, this technique, that things, if you just observe very carefully, you will notice that it is all happening in the mind. All these practices are happening in the mind. And what? Hold on. Just 1 second. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ರೇನಾ ನಾನು ಯಾರಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ನಂಬರ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ನಂಬರ್ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ 944 ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. Sorry for that. There was some visitor. Yeah, so I was telling, it's all in the mind. Everything happens in the mind. The mind is the cause of all the problems. And imagine we are doing everything in the mind. The mind is where all these things are already there, and then we are entering into the mind and playing a war inside the mind. So we are not moving away from the mind. So the more we get entangled in the processes, whatever processes they are. See, why I'm saying, I'm not saying this practices that are not good, that practice, it is good, but you must have awareness, so that when you are dealing with these things in the mind, when you are doing any practices also, there should be a awareness of what you are doing, and you should be detached from that completely. That can only happen through your awareness. That is why I said, you do any number of retreats, if you are not in a state of awareness, you will only have that momentary joy, momentary pleasantness. Because I have had all this momentary pleasantness, but it doesn't last after a certain time, and then I long for it again. After a certain time, my experience is when it goes down, I am unable to sustain that sense of awareness even after that experience. And when that experience goes down, now I long for another. And this goes on whole life. Am I going to sit doing this process? Charging my battery and discharging my battery, charging my battery and discharging my battery. Foolishness, absurdness. People don't understand. It's a weird world. It's a glamorous world. I said no, glamour. Glamour is Maya. Play of the mind. You operate from the mind, you get stuck in all the process of the mind. You cannot rise above it. So it's very difficult. If you only advanced seekers, I'm telling you, only the people. Advance is not the right word to use. There's nothing called advance and laid back people. It's all the maturity. Only the mature seekers can see this difference. Why? Because your seeking is something beyond the mind. Who are those mature seekers? You'll always see they are those people who look beyond the mind and the catches of this world, and attraction of the world, and the pomp and glory of this world. They're fed up with all this. I say, doesn't matter, name, fame, the looks, and the properties, and the quality and the quantity and the price of it, and how beautiful, luring it is, all the glitters. When you get least affected by it, one time comes when you say, it doesn't impress me, nor this lifestyle impresses me, nor that glamour impresses me, nor the people who are glamorous impresses me, nor the people who are highlighting it impresses me. Nothing of this thing that boosts my ego and mind impresses me. Only at that state can somebody get into awareness, and somebody who can think beyond the soul, beyond, sorry, the mind, into the soul consciousness, because now they are looking into something higher beyond all the catches of the mind. So who get caught into the mind games? The only the people who are lost in this their own mind, and they're attached, they're connected to only the pomp and glory. So anything comes out in the world, one advertisement comes, you get connected to it very easily. Why? The mind, it wants to have that thrill, it wants to have that experience, that thrill, that temporary size. It's like a drug addiction. You are high, you feel high, nasha. And when that nasha comes down, you want another shot, to be an injection or a snort or a intake, and then you get again high, nasha. That is why most of the yogis are addicts to ganja, addicts to uh, the what do you call those, PSD drugs and all that, mind or LSDs, mind altering drugs and all that. They need a kick even to go into higher dimensions. Their own consciousness, to raise it up, they need drug shots and something from outside, or a bhang or a ganja or something, some intoxicant, to get them there. They also have that experience, higher consciousness, but it is temporary, and it is never out of own effort. They need something. Only when that something external comes to them, they can have that experience and say it is nasha. Same way, a program is there, only that program can give you nasha, it is a drug. We do not know how to raise it from within, because we have never done that. We have always depended bahimukhi all the time, depending on outside things. We have never turned antarmukhi. These all things are there within us, but we cannot see it. That's why I say only those few who have transcended these desires for this worldly and the glamours of the world will understand the uselessness of these things and temporariness, because not that they will not have experience, they will go and experience it. You have alcohol and see that you will get a high. When you have a down, you will see that you have got a kick, nice kick, and what is that called? Next morning that you get, like, I forgot the term that they use. After drinking, hangover. There is a hangover. So it's all these are only hangovers. See, that is why whenever you are doing these sessions also, you will get a kick. You are bound to get a kick. You are bound to feel that high. But I encourage you again to pull this kind of awareness into your other aspects of life. That is why I never say open your eyes and just get out into the world. No, you have seen how I ended the session. I did not even end it properly. Just said become aware of your space around things, and I continued talking so that you remain in that awareness. So these experiences must just not be an hangover for us. We get a kick of it, and then next moment we have next after that we have a headache, we have a hangover, and we need to take another pill or something to bring that down. Absurdness. That is why we don't reach anywhere. That is why there is no full-time solution for this. And you will never see anybody reaching there also. Forget. Show me how many people have reached. Doing all this for years together. Who has reached where? Show me one example. It's all beating around the bush only, whole life in that only. Who can exit this? Who can get out of the mind? Who can think beyond the mind? Who can drop the mind and go beyond in awareness, in consciousness? Who can look at the mind but not play the games in the mind? Do these things in the mind and get lured and attracted and caught up in the maya of that mind, like siddhis, powers, and all those things. They're all mind level operation. Once you go above the mind, you will not be interested. Siddhis all operate at the mind level. Not siddhis don't operate at the awareness level. Huh? It's all mind. Because to induce a siddhi also, you need to take action. You need to put something in there. I need to now bring out something into my hand. Mind has to trigger it. Without the mind triggering it, you cannot manifest something. Are you understanding it? And awareness is least bothered. Awareness will not take any actions. Awareness will watch this trick and say, what nonsense. Mind will say, wow. That is why I said these kind of talks only rare people can catch it. And that too, it's like people are very scared. I can see this because if I put this on Facebook and people are scared to even go there and like or put a comment, and they want to all be what are you scared of? Whom are you scared of? You are scared of your own false beliefs which you are unable to look into. You cannot look into your own belief. You are believing something, you are doing something. We show off something to the world, we are this and that, but internally we don't agree with it, we are do something else. So that we are in that book, good books of that. So that we don't want to offend the world. We play a trick, we put a mask and we live like we are not that what we are living. You need authenticity and integrity in this field. You'll never go beyond you, because a life of awareness means you'll have the guts, you'll have the courage to be who you are. I've chosen to be that way and I don't care. I have seen profound changes after that. Being who you are, authenticity. That is what Chidakasha Gita says. Bhagwan says, say what you do and do what you say. What you are inside, you must say. What you are outside, you must do. What you say, you must do. Transparency should be there. Whatever comes to your mind, you should have the guts and courage to speak it out. Good, bad, ugly, whatever. That is honesty, that is authenticity. But if you are not able to, something is inside and outside you are something, it's hypocrisy. It's a conflict. Deadly to the spiritual growth. You cannot have spiritual growth means ascension. All is in one line. It's all matching. There is no conflict anywhere. You'll float. Very easily you'll float. Effortlessly. But too much of tactics will pull you down. So somebody told me you are sharing some secrets. I noticed some part of your programs or lives, what you do, sometimes even open lives, there are some so deep secrets. Do you think you should be? I said, I'm fully confident that fools won't catch it. I'm fully confident. Only those who can catch it will catch it. And those who can catch it, who are those people? Authentic people. See, those who are troubled by this conflicts and they say, oh, let me see, what can I get from this guy? Or some secret must be there, let me do. It will never work in their life. I'm telling you, because you need alignment with that truth. That is the code. That is the code. So there is nothing actually to worry about. I don't worry about all these things. Because I know only those with that purified code will catch it and benefit it. Those will not, they will try, but it might give them some, okay, mental, some calm or some, acha hai, maja hai thoda. But nothing more than that. So this is very important. Only mature seekers can even relate and understand what we are talking about. And if you are understanding, I'm telling you, be very grateful. It is not me or anything that is doing it. It's your own consciousness that deserves something, it will happen. If not me, somewhere, something, it will happen, but it will happen. So we should be very grateful to our own consciousness, grateful to our higher self, that we are able to even understand these things and decipher, have the urge to get further beyond this and go deeper into it. And those who are going deeper and even experiencing it, forget it. That's it. That's it. These are rare kind of experiences that happens. I was listening to Ramana's talks, and some of his disciples were talking. The profound existence, the omnipresence of Ramana is so powerful, though he was never a publicized saint. And I'm telling you, only those people who are at that level of understanding, beyond all the worldly stuff and mind and all those games, will be even penetrating into Ramanashram, into Tiruvannamalai. Tiruvannamalai is a place of sacredness as well as power, siddhis and all, because all kind of yogis are there, all kind of things are there. There is abundance, there is peace, there is health, there is wealth, and there is spirituality, there is moksha, everything is there. The whole Tiruvannamalai does not go into Ramanashrama, I am telling you. 0.5 fraction somewhere enter Tiruvannamalai. Rest all are there. They are either doing parikrama around the hill, or worshipping in the temples, or doing some other karmakanda. These are all karmakandas, rituals. Rituals happen when there is a desire for something. You want something, I do something. The doership. It comes under karmakanda. But the people who enter Ramana ashram are the people who are beyond karmakanda. They are no doers. They are just being. They will just enter that space, be in that space. Nothing to ask, nothing to give, nothing to do, nothing to claim, nothing to proclaim, nothing to talk about. They will enter that space, be in that space, come out of the space. Rare people who can go there. Great blessings that is. Why means, I was listening to Ramana's talk in the morning where they were telling his omnipresence is so profound that people who have come once to Ramanashram and gone have been touched by that light of that awareness, and have eventually gone and transformed over some years or months or whatever, even lifetimes, whatever, one touch. And there are some who had met Bhagwan Ramana when he was there. Meet means just a darshan and went, and their life transformed, and they went even till liberation. Some, they just came, they sat in his presence, no talking something, and those days they used to come by ship, months. Now flights and all, but those days like weeks to months to come from any Western country to India. So they used to spend weeks to months and come to Ramanashram to meet Ramana, and not a word they spoke, those gentlemen and ladies. They used to come, it seems 2 to 3 days they used to stay just in that space and go back. That's all. No talks, no giving, no taking, nothing. Who got, they got illuminated later. They're all these mighty people, Westerners. What can make a person bring from overseas here through all that troubles and just come and sit and go? That's all. Not even having the desire to talk to him. Ramana was once sitting and there was a madman running around. So people were asking, who's this? Who's this? Who's this? Somebody said, he's a madman. He's gone psyche totally, completely mad. All torn clothes and dirty rags and hair and all. So Ramana was only watching him. And people are talking, hey, this guy has gone mad. For the past 2-3 years, he's literally gone mad and all that. So that madman came running to Ramana. He was playing around, hitting there, throwing things, all those things, and doing. He came to Ramana. He came to Ramana and he stared at Ramana. He was quiet. He was just looking at Ramana for a long time. And then he laughed hysterically like a madman and he ran off. People asked, What happened? He came and he was looking at you and he became silent and he went off. Ramana said, "Do you know who is he?" I said, "No." He said, "He's an Avaduta." They were all like, huh? See, that's how the things are. Only an Avaduta can recognize an Avaduta. And he said, when two Jnanis, he called him a Jnani, not an Avaduta, because those days this word was not there, Avaduta. Jnani it was called. Even in Chidakasha Gita, if you see, Bhagwan Nityananda talks all about Jnani, Jnani. Jnani ko moksha, Jnani ko man nahi, it's like that. Jnani means self-realized, who are in that state, completely Jivan Mukta person, liberated person. So Ramana said, when a Jnani talks to a Jnani, they talk in silence and they read each other, they know each other, and there is nothing to talk, but all their communication is their silence. So that madman who was doing so much of noise there, and he came in front, they just had exchange of that look in silence. They recognized each other. That madman recognized this madman recognized that madman. Both were mad behind the divine, while the whole world is mad behind the gross. Actual real mad population is the ones who are mad behind Maya. And here were two high madmen. They realized each other. So I was listening to that person who was saying, people came in ships, people came, just sat in his vicinity. Some came, they talked to him, they had a lot of doubts, they were not believing. What is this self? They asked a lot of questions, and Ramana answered them, which today became books, thanks to them who asked those questions. They doubted Ramana. So he gave very profound answers. And in that they benefited. And some, they said, even after Ramana left his body, they came and they were changed and they were liberated, self-realized. And then there were some who didn't even know anything about this, but and didn't even visit Ramana Ashram or Tirunamalai also. They never came, but they read somewhere his document or saw something his document, and they were touched by the grace of that, and that grace penetrated in their life, and they transformed. They became something else, turned into nothing from something, even without entering Tirunamalai. He was telling the different examples of the readiness of the seekers. And then he said, there were some disciples or some devotees who spent years with Ramana, 8 years, 12 years, 15 years with Ramana, and still by the end of the life, nothing changed. It's about the seeking, it's about the consciousness. How much awareness where you are investing, how much is your interest, and your interest can go only there when you are free from the other interests of this world. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The more you have authenticity and integrity, the more you have courage to be who you are without hide and seek, any kind of hide and seek, the more open that path is for you. I have many people who communicate so openly on the comments. They put comments or they write something. They even write their own stuff and all. They're not bothered. They're just open being themselves. And then there are some, I don't even see them anywhere in the videos. Or I get one message somewhere. Oh, I see. Oh, this person exists. Oh, this person is. Then they say, we watch your videos. I ask them, from where are you watching? Are you hiding or something, and putting a binoculars or a telescope and watching? And where are you? I mean, why the hide and seek? Come out, I don't see you. No, I'm safe from here. Conflicts. So all these practices, so-called practice of the mind, I'll tell you, all the practices, very, very important point. All the practices that we do in the mind, whatever, is nothing but an excuse of the mind. Excuse of the mind, because it does not want to detach and go into awareness. It cannot go into consciousness. It cannot move, leave the mind alone and float. So the mind plays a trick. No, I need a practice. I need to do something, that doership. So all excuses, all these practices, all so many karmakandas and all that is the mind's excuse. This I read this line from Bhagavan Ramana. He said, all practices are the excuse of the mind. This is so true. The mind gives an excuse. Oh no, but there is so much. I have to do so much. I have so much. I have to do all these kind of excuses. You see the world they are doing, and I am behind because I am not doing anything. So many people have done something. I have seen that guy is traveling for 4 years, 5 years. Look at this guy who's traveling and doing live and writing blogs and all that. 10 years. He has done 10 years. I have to. I have not done anywhere. I have not begun anywhere. He must have reached somewhere. Your reaching is here in the consciousness. If your consciousness is ready, it will reach. You need not do all those activities. The mind is giving you that excuse. Oh, look at someone did it. Now I have to do it. Sit with doing it. Here we are talking about undoing things, non-doing things. We can't believe that. Even if I tell you, you will not believe. Hey, how can it be? What are you talking? You mean it that simple? You mean that? It's so simple as you talk. Something gadbad. Don't trust me, trust your own intuition, trust your own consciousness, enter into space of awareness, study your own self, and trust yourself. What you see there, you trust yourself. You don't have to trust anybody else. Anita ji, in one of your previous videos, you talked about awareness on one's spinal cord. Can you elaborate? No, I don't think we are doing anything on the spinal cord now. So it's a deviation. Again, I'm telling you, this is another excuse of the mind. I told you there are two kind of awareness. One is the awareness of the gross and one is the awareness of the self. All the practices of the gross keep you in the gross. On your chakras, on your nadis, on your koshas, on your mind, on your what you call the etheric self, on your belongings, on your surroundings, on the Agni Kunda, on the Shivalinga, all gross practices. They lead you to the highest, but they are not the higher practices. Until you shun this is what Upadesha Saram talks about. Upadesha Saram is talking exactly about this, where Shiva comes and guides the rishis and says, what are you doing this Karamkanda? How many yagnas are you going to do? The rishis and their wives was doing yagyas, one after the other, homam, this homam, that homam, this homam, that homam. And Lord Shiva says, these people are stuck now. They are doing it, but they are got caught up in that doing. See, rishis we are talking about. So they play a role. Okay, let's now come and open these things to them. It's not this way. So it is said Shiva takes the help of Vishnu and Vishnu becomes the Mohini, the female form, and Shiva becomes a yogi who is Bhikshandehi, taking alms. And they both come down where the rishis are working. And this Shiva is a magnificent form, very handsome form. And he just walks from that place. And Mohini is very beautiful, Vishnu. They are both walking from there. Now the rishis suddenly who are doing the yagya or doing the homa, full busy in that mantra, karma kanda, all that. Because what is the homa for? Homa is nothing but your gross desires. You cannot attain moksha with homas. You got to leave that karma kanda. That is what Shiva wanted to tell in Upadesha Sara. And every homa you see, it begins with a sankalpa. Every homa will have sankalpa. It will be health, it will be wealth, it will be property, it will be a son or daughter or good married life. Something on this only, prapanchik. Bhoga. It is completely on bhoga. It is to enhance bhoga. All the homams are for that. Or something benefit. It is for benefit. Even in the name of humanity, rains love. You want rains for this. It is to gain something here in this world, but it is nothing to gain beyond the world. So Shiva comes in this form, and he just walks from there, and the rishis who are doing the Karmakanda look at Mohini and they are enchanted by Mohini. And they get up and follow who's this divine, mesmerizing beauty. And the beauty is going, and they all follow that beauty. And here Shiva is walking from this side, handsome person, enchanting personality. And the wives of the rishis are mesmerized. They follow Mohini behind. And suddenly Mohini disappears, and this also disappears. And then they come to know, oh, this is some illusory stuff suddenly. But then they realize, oh my God, we were doing this holy yajna, homa. And they say, oh my God, this was some divine stuff. And they return back quickly to their places. And that is when Shiva reveals and Vishnu reveals and tells them, this is all your tapas all about. Still enchanted by Maya, still influenced by Maya. Your attention and awareness is all the time in that Maya. That is why you caught up also easily in that Maya. And it says, give up the karma kanda. This karma kanda will bring you repeated births. It will not give you mukti. This is the Upadesha Saram. Not popular. You know why. Upadesha Saram of Lord Shiva. Shiva has given this message. Not popular. This is all the gross practices. Anything that you do on your body, gross practices. It might transcend you, that's a different thing. But again, what we are talking is anything of higher awareness is beyond the chakras, the koshas, the nadis, the merudanda, or the spinal cord. It's beyond all that stuff. The higher teachings just say you abide in the self and the rest will take care of itself. Here we are going by the rest and trying to attain the self. The difference. Nothing is wrong. It's all right. Everything works. There are people who do this kind of practice, that kind of practice, all the practice. Some are crazy behind the chakra cleansing. Some are crazy behind kosha cleansing. Some are crazy behind the panchadhatu cleansing. Some are crazy behind the merudanda and the sushumna cleansing because the karma is supposed to be there. It all involves doership. Lot of doership. And that is why we keep shifting our attention from one practice to the other all the time. There is one movement from this practice. Oh no, this is not giving me. Let me try this. Let me do this also. Let me do this. It is in that desire of, but the higher scriptures and the higher teachings say, discard this karma kanda and just move into that space. The self is here and there is all these layers here. All the layers are here. It's covering. The self is here, shining here, and these are all our ignorance, our karma which is there. And apart from this, the other side is this karma kanda. We do all this, we take tools and we try to clean this layer. We are taking tools from here, cleaning this layer so that we can see this self. Whereas the higher teaching says, just drop this, you are here in this layer, you are taking the tools and trying to clean here. You just drop this and just shift into this. That is what shifting into awareness. You shift from there into the self and remain abided in the self. So when you are doing that, your awareness and your consciousness is always enlightening your soul. You are illuminating yourself. You are not illuminating the koshas. You are not illuminating these and then trying to burn them down. The ideology is the more you are centered in yourself, the lesser consciousness on these things, karmic stuff, and the lesser you give weightage or the lesser you fuel it, the lesser the activity and the sooner they dry up. They fall because there is no attention given to it. That's the whole ideology of this. So these were all these previous practices which I used to do, many kind of practices, and that involved the Sushumna stuff also. I don't do it anymore. It's not that it didn't help, but I could see it helped to a certain level where my ego said, oh, something is happening, something is happening, something is happening. Like the other day, somebody I was talking to in a personal session, and I said, how are the things? He said, I'm doing good. I have attended so and so's um, program, some other guru, and it's good now. I said, what do you mean by good? He said, now previously there was nothing. Now I can feel a pressure here and some pressure happening here, and my spinal cord, it's no, it's like hurting. It gives a dense pain. So you said something better. Yeah, something. I'm having some experience. See, there's some experience which gives us a proof and evidence that, oh, it's working. It's working. So we need proofs to see that whatever tools we are using, it's working by some physical evidence. Whereas this kind of experience is very difficult. It's very even difficult to even explain. When you move into awareness, when you abide in the self, when you're sensing that peace, when you're seeing the tranquility, the complete silence, the blankness, the nothingness, there is nothing to express, there is nothing to catch, there is nothing to register the memory there is nothing to come back and talk about. We feel it's not valid, because we need validation. We need something to prove, something to give evidence about, something to talk about. Are you seeing the catches? So yes, awareness on the body, when we are talking about, it's okay to have awareness. Like I talk about being completely aware of your whole body, being aware of your internal organs. See, what happens is, whenever you put awareness on some part of your body, it illumines there. There is consciousness, there is prana there, life force generates there. This is how healing happens. I can do another session, probably next Sunday or after that, where we only deal with the healing aspects through awareness. You don't have to do anything. You just become completely aware of a certain organ or a certain body part continuously. You'll see that healing starts taking place. There is no doership. You don't do healing on others. You don't do healing on others. You just an observer. That's the power of awareness. It can heal. So from that terminology, it's good, because I'll share with you, I don't only practice awareness, I practice healing also, because you need to have a body which is, of course, healthy enough to handle things in life. So for that, there is a support, that the body supports you in the process of this awareness. And for the body to be supported, yes, you need to have some amount of awareness of that health, because if you're healthy only, things can happen better. For that purpose, it's good. But I don't think this should be used for something like self-realization. That's where the confusion takes place. There are so many methods that is done on the body and the subtle bodies for self-realization. Whereas if you see, many mystics and scriptures say that you are already self-realized. What you got to remove is that layer of ignorance that tells you that you are not realized. The ego consciousness. How to drop the ego consciousness? By not living in the ego consciousness. Drop the attention there and shift into awareness. Shift, move into your consciousness. The more you live in your consciousness, the less you are in that ego consciousness. So why do you need to get into that ego consciousness and do so much things? That's what the mystics ask. So there you can use these kind of tools like body awareness and your certain part, or even chakra awareness, whatever is there, but only for keeping it in a vibrant state. Like chakra awareness, it helps heal the body also, because if chakras are pure, the energy is pure of that place, okay, the healing takes place, or it keeps yourself also, body also purified. It's all good. The mind is purified. It's all good. then you can take care of your food habits that you eat, the good food, and all these are gross, but it is needed. So I'm not saying that you are need to discard completely. We are not Bhagwan Ramana, or we are not Bhagwan Nityananda. We are not in loincloths. We have not, their purpose was different. They didn't come here for self-realization. They came here already self-realized. They came here for a purpose to show it to others. We cannot copy them. What did they show us? Detachment, evolution, desirelessness, and shunning of the ego consciousness and moving towards soul consciousness, becoming more and more aware of our chitta. This is what they taught. So practical spirituality means this is what we do. We are human beings also. We maintain our bodies, we maintain our families, we maintain our life on earth, but the focus is more on, not less on, moving towards the self. It is not just only about the self. Then you cannot discard your body, because then if your body is not in functioning, this also will go for a toss. So it's a balance. We can do that. Simple awareness, you rotate it. And this is not a big technique that I'm talking, there is some special. It is the same awareness, what I said. Become aware of yourself, become aware of your eyes, and when you are completely, that awareness is fully concentrated, and you start feeling some pulsation of that part or that body or that organ, or you feel warmth, or you feel some energy or some flickering something, then energy is moving there. So you should come to that state where you can move that, even if you are moving in your Merudanda, spinal cord. That awareness of that spinal cord, if you become aware of the spinal cord, it should start happening. There is no technique anywhere. You just become aware of your skull and your spinal cord that goes down, and the breath that moves in that spinal cord through the sushumna. One breath you take down, it goes to your tailbone. When you leave it back, it goes up. Or anyways, you are moving with breath up and down. So once you align your breath with that and keep doing that, you'll see. I don't want to go with techniques, because these are again very exalted procedures. If you are not ready, and if you play with the Merudanda, or the Sushumna, or Nadis, or Kundalini, if somebody who is not ready, they do it, they can have adverse reactions, like this person who was treated on psychiatric drugs by his family forcefully because he was talking weird, and he was hallucinating, he was reading people's minds, he was uh, sensing others, this he was predicting. He told me that 2-3 years back he predicted Elon Musk taking over Twitter, and people in his family laughed. And he said, I am not even aware that, I didn't think of it, but it just happened to me. And see, even after having all that, you can't live a settled life. So you have to undergo so much of psychiatric drugs and all that. Drugs what? To pull you down, to keep you grounded. The hyperactive brain, they think that it is a hyperactive brain, so they need to calm it down. So they induce chemicals to it. And poor thing, he has to undergo all that trauma. All that needed was simple. Don't put your attention into those areas. If you are not ready for it, your body will not take it. You can have adverse effects of all these kind of sadhanas. They look very alluring. So what I say is, when you go with awareness, like I say, just put your awareness on your any part of your body, your chakras or your organs or anything. Your awareness will do it in the quality that you have reached. At your state of evolution and that consciousness, only that things will happen there. You will not pull in some extraordinary experience or some extraordinary energy into that. I'm telling you, I met at least 4 people in my past 2 months personal consultation who don't know where to go because of the Kundalini is acting very funny in their body. I remember a lady who was constantly asking for this help because she could not sleep, she could not sit, she could not eat, throbbing headaches. I'm seeing this, I can feel this pulsating as though something is alive on my head here. And she says, whenever I look at something, I find so much of pain here. It had gone to such an extent that she showed me it was a black mark that had appeared here. I said, go approach your guru. She said, my guru is not approachable. Her guru is somewhere in the Tamil Nadu, somewhere in Tamil Nadu. She is not approachable. I tried contacting him and all that, and a lot of things are happening. I'm going berserk. I cannot sleep, and nights I've slept, and havoc in my life. There I was helpless. I said, no, you have to contact your person who has given you that diksha and all that, because I'm not authorized to do all that stuff. And somebody's. What I'm trying to give this message is, we should never be over greedy over something, because it comes from there. It's a desire to transcend and have a quick transcendence. Never do that. Allow your consciousness, allow your awareness to do the work, because your awareness is a conscious intelligence, cosmic intelligence. It knows exactly when you do what. Even the kundalini energy is a cosmic intelligence. It's divine mother Shakti, raw energy. It should be used by only those who know how to handle that raw energy, because imagine, it's the Shiva and Shakti, the force. One thought, I want Prakriti just created in seconds. The whole universe got sick. What kind of a consciousness that can be? Cosmic intelligence, in which you, me, tiny ant, grass, skies, water, the seas. You can't even imagine that kind of things have created, and everything is running in precision. Galaxies, no planets are colliding with each other. Perfect intelligence. Now when we talk about Kundalini and all that, we are talking about pulling that into our body. It's raw energy. The more intensity with which you pull, that greed, what I was telling, is nothing but that desire, intense desire that come and do this. I was once writing the autobiography, biography of my master. I don't know if that will ever get released, because I completed it and gave it to him some time back. In that, there was one experience where my masters, I don't remember exactly, I think brother or uncle or somebody or grandfather, I think, did this intense sadhana of Madhumavati. And he was warned not to do that. But he did it on the banks of river Ganges. And when that energy rushed into him, it killed him. It did not kill him. His inability to handle it killed. So when my Gurudev was out to go to do sadhana of the Dash Mahavidya, family members were dead against it and said, no way, we have already lost one person in this family, you cannot go do that. But he went ahead and did that. It was Madhumavati sadhana. Readiness must be there. The readiness is not there, you are inviting anything which you do not know. Rather than that is, go with your awareness, go with the consciousness, allow the consciousness to do the work on yourself in its own pace and time, without hurrying. Hurrying can cost something else also, we do not know. See, this person who talked to me in my consultation was a person who went and sat in a Shiva temple and was deeply connected and asking something very intensely, and that thing happened. The whole shift happened. See, it's energy. If you ask for it, seek, and it shall be given to the seeker. Knock, and the door shall be opened, said Jesus Christ. Whatever you seek, you will get. Only thing, am I able to handle it? That should be there. So that is why I say being grounded is very important. One-sided upward is very difficult. I also tell people, don't blindly go and to any places and just do sadhana, because somebody asked me, I want to go to that cave and sit and do for 1 month, 2 months. I said, do anything that you want, but be aware of where you're going, what you're doing. Consciously be aware. Don't think that any place you go and you sit and do anything and something great is going to happen. No, it can cause you damage also. And when you go to some places, isolated places in jungles or hills or caves and isolated temples and all that, you don't know, there are all kind of energies there. Not only the good energies, there are all kind of energies. There are all kind of creations of previous people who did energies, the work there. Even the tapabhumi of so many saints are saying, you don't know. You know, there are so many astral forms in this world. Where did these astral forms come from? Where did this birth from? Different. There are lakhs of different beings, entities, so called. Where did this get birth from? These are all the outputs of some rishis, some yogis at some time they did tapas somewhere and they created, you know, they create a certain form or entity to worship it or something, because you can actually, when you project something very strongly with your sankalpa, it gets created. So you can create a being also. You must have heard of Manasputra. Manasputra means creating a child from your mind. It can be conceived from the mind. This is what I talked about Shambhala. People conceive through the mind powers. Manasputra. And there are stories of Manasputras. You can actually create a being. And this, many rishis did that. They worshipped a certain deity, certain form. And when they worshipped it and when they did some certain kind of rituals towards it, it actually was created there. And when it gets created, when the purpose of that sadhana or the practice is over, they finish, they wind up and they go. But the entity remains. Are you getting what I'm saying? So there is everything out there. Do not explore just out of curiosity. Even any kind of sadhanas, do not explore out of curiosity. Places, do not explore out of curiosity. Don't go anywhere, everywhere, just because somebody did some great thing there. Not necessary, it will help you. You got to be very careful. This is what I've learned in all my years of travel, 15 years of travel now, almost close to. I've learned all these things. And I've got things also, good, bad, ugly. Talking from experiences. Once I was in Saturgiri Hill, deep down in the Tamil Nadu. Very powerful hills there. Very, very mystical things happen even today. And it is supposed to be the 18 Siddhas meeting place, even today. Guru Mandala's main meeting place for all the major activities of the planet, Saturgiri Hills. Those days, and it takes about 5 to 6 hours to trek, and I had given multiple, 2 3 times I've been there. I've given many experiences where a lot of mystical things, including we getting lost and that money coming and saving us, the dog showing us the way to the cave, and which no tribals also could not take, and it took us there safely. It brought us down and left us to the ashram and went. A dog doing it, imagine, and doing it very carefully. It's not like some there with us for almost 1.5 hour to quarter to 2 hours, doing its work and going, leaving us safe. All these mystical things happened there. That kind of place is Saturgiri Hills. So I was meditating near one cave, and all many caves are there, hundreds of caves, because it's all mountains, 4 mountains. Chaturagiri it is called. Chatura means 4, Giri means mountains. So those 4 Chatuраgiris actually represent the 4 Vedas. That's how it is. Now government has stopped openly going there because a lot of wild animals and a lot of rains and a lot of calamities things happen there. Wild animals are there, reserve forest is connected there. So now you got to take permission. You got to write to the department and they will send one guard with you. That's how it goes, with permission, with a team of people. That's how it goes. The same happens with Agastya Kudam also. It's in Kerala. Agastya Kudam is a place, it's a It's a very dense forest, Agastyamalai, and that's the place of Agastyarappa and Malopa Mudra. That's the supposed to be the vanishing spot of Agastya, and he's supposed to be living there. Agastya Kudam. So there also once a year only it opens, and it's you have to take permission, you have to have a license for it, you have to pay some amount, and then they give you a guard who comes with you, treks with you, because you got to camp even at night. One night is required before actually reaching that point, and then you stay for 1 or 2 days and come back from there. So it's a magnificent place. You can Google and see Agastya Kudam. And this is the same which in Devi Amma's place where I was sitting. You can see Agasthyarappa is sitting there in that painting. When I looked at it, I thought it's familiar, and I asked Amma, "Is that Agasthyar Kudam?" She said, "Yes." And I told Amma, I've been trying to, no, let's not be, I want to talk that. So I was in the Saturigiri hills, and I was meditating in one of the caves of some mystic, some Jiva Samadhis and all are there. And this was in 2013. And I was in deep meditation, and a sage, a great rishi kind with flowing white beard, and the rishi, he appeared right in front, very deeply he appeared, and he was very pleased. He had a smile on his face. So I was enchanted, and I knew this experience is happening. It's real. So I was just looking at him, and he smiled. I asked him, "Who are you?" He said, "So you want this particular thing, moving towards realization and all that. So you want that?" I nodded, yes. He smiled again, and he got up and he said, "Come with me." The moment he said, "Come with me," I asked him, "Who are you?" There was no answer. He said, "Come with me." I said, "No, please go ahead." The moment I said that, he looked back at me, went away. There are all kind of beings in all places. You will never know who is who. It can be very attractive, very lucrative. Because the one who really genuinely wants to bless you, will just bless you. They will not call you here and there. One who has the power to bless you will just bless you, will just give you what you have to give. There are no conditions attached. Come with me, then I'll give you. അതൊന്ന് വാങ്ങിച്ചമ്മ എന്തോ വന്നെന്നോ. So until your awareness is very sharp on this, you will get caught, because this is a Maya Jagat. You might say it's a holy place, so only holy. No, not necessary. Holy place also all things can happen. You go to churches in the UK and European countries, very divine churches. You will sense a lot of angels and a lot of things in that church is happening. Very beautifully you will see that happening. But at the same time, there are undelivered spirits also there. In the churches, spirits which have not yet ascended, seeking liberation. Most of the churches in the Europe are haunted. And let me tell you, there are even temples in remote locations that are haunted. Not haunted because it's a negative place, because these hover around for liberation in those places. You can't say that it's all goody there out there, and you don't know whom you are calling, whom you are inviting, what you are doing. You got to be very careful. So anything that is not in our attention or awareness, we must never try to explore out of curiosity. If it is coming to you, if it is meant for you, it will come very naturally, very spontaneously. Very easily it will come without you having to do any mushakkat. No efforts, effortlessly to do. All that you need to do to trigger that event is intense desire, pure seeking. If you have, that will be brought, that experience will be brought to your presence. You'll see that if you are supposed destined to go to a place, suddenly all the inputs will come to you of that place. When the time is right, it will come. That means your readiness. That's the time to go. It will happen very effortlessly. You don't have to actually struggle for it. Then that is the knowing that what comes to me effortlessly is what is supposed to be. What comes to me with all my effort is coming through my ego consciousness, so which I am not sure of. It's all mind, which I am not sure of. Whether it's so, if you leave the mind and move towards awareness, and then start looking at things from awareness, you will see from awareness it is effortless. That is why I say, even my travels I have never planned. Very difficult for to plan, because that's the logic. You have to put your mind in that. When your mind gets involved, you don't know. But if it is awareness, there's a knowing, there's a calling, you go there. There's a feeling, and you'll see the things needed to get that things, and will just happen spontaneously. It is meant to be. So what is not meant to be, dear ones, be very careful. Do not go into those areas. Allow awareness to work in your life and let it take even this whole janma. Do not be in a hurry to get anywhere. We might experience momentary blisses, momentary this, but I'm telling you, these are phases. These phases will come and it will go. One day it will just disappear and you will say, I was in seventh heaven. Where did that all go? It went, because that was supposed to be a part and parcel of your life, your experience. It went off. Now what? Have I gone down? You are not gone down. You were supposed to. It was in your karmic print to experience that, and it is a stepping stone. It will lead you somewhere else. Where? Do not put your head and mind into that. Live in awareness. Live in the present moment. Live in awareness. Complete consciousness. It will take you. So the impatience, because I get mails, there is a lot of impatience. This is happening to me. What next? What should I do next? Don't do anything. Do next means doer. You are not in that space of awareness. Allow that experience to come to you. Whatever is happening, just be a witnesser, just be an experiencer. You get questions in mind and you want to find out or transcend or go somewhere only when you come to the mind level. All this is mind games. The mind tells you, oh, it is this, that experience, it must be meaning this. This is that. It concludes, it makes opinions. Whereas, remain curious. Curious without that intensity to get it fulfilled. Remain just curious. Okay, I don't know about it. When the time comes, I will know about it. Trust that self, which is revealing step by step. Right now, I do not know it. Maybe because I'm not meant to know it. See, if you know, you just know. Why don't we know our past lives? You're not meant to know. Because if you knew your past life, it is like you know the answers before the test. What kind of a test is that? You cannot know the answers before the test. Then it's not a test at all. Whereas this life is a test. So you will not know the answers in advance. You are supposed to know as you pass the test, as you study for it, as you practice for it, as you go through that experience, because you are bound to go through that experience. That is what your karmic imprint says. You have to go through that experience and learn it. There is nothing shortcut in hand. And when those learnings happen, things will open up. There are people who can see their past lives very spontaneously. You just sit with your eyes closed in certain awareness, pictures and all those things will start coming of your past life. And I'm telling you, it's so mucky. You have had thousands of life. You will not be interested at one point. I was very interested at one point. I want to see what I was in my past life and this life. Then I saw one life, then I saw two life, then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and it's going on. And every time it's horrible. This phase, that phase, this experience, that experience. What the hell is this? It doesn't make any sense. Really, it doesn't make sense. Absolutely no sense. In that also, when things are moving, if you catch on to something and if you put your awareness more on that, you'll start entering into that life. and it's all nonsense. You'll not be interested in past lives after that. When does that come? When you have been through those experiences, it will come naturally. It is not a gift that is given from outside, or it is not that you do something. There are practices to do all those things. There are practices where you forcefully get into that mode and do and try to enter into those zones, but it can cause harm if you're not ready for it. I know of people who have went and seen their past through some sadhanas and screwed up their life. Literally, I'm telling you, literally. I've met many of them. I've seen it happening. Suddenly, somebody goes into their past life and then they see, huh? My wife, my wife was my servant in this lifetime. Servant, I've married. Gone into the head. I can see that now. Then, if it was servant, this is my wife here. In that lifetime, my servant was that. Who was my wife then? Suddenly, I see another face. Hey, that is that lady living 2 or 4 houses that side. Oh, she was my wife that lifetime. इसलिए मैं बोलूँ this connections, I often get to talk, or this happens, that happens, coincidence happens, and then we have talked. Oh, now I know there is a connection, past life. Now whenever I look at that lady, what will be my mind impression? Here comes my wife of this lifetime. And whenever I look at my wife, this servant that was horrible, that wretched woman of this lifetime. Now how will you treat these two ladies? Suddenly your attitude will change towards this person. And this is a real story I'm telling you, real. I don't want to name it, but one of my friend in Bangalore underwent this. Suddenly the ill-treating the own wife, saying like a naukar, started. The attitude completely changed. Like this is like a servant, and attraction towards somebody else there, and then trying to get in touch with that somebody, and then establishing a connection, saying you are my soul connection. This was this. You don't know this happened, that happened, and at the end screwed up the whole married life. Not one family, two families. What happened? More karmas. This is what happens when you're not ready and you see some gifts. When you get some gifts before you're ready, there are dangers in that. That is why God never gave it. The Supreme Consciousness never gave this memory. It has given a natural tendency. When you finish off your karmic prints one by one, and as you evolve naturally these things will come to you without having to run towards it. Because even if you bypass and run and catch that something, you can get stuck and it can carry you even behind. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? These are the catches of all these things. Abiding in the self is very pure, very safe, because that's your higher self. You are moving beyond all these dramas of siddhis and powers and koshas and methods and techniques and this and karma, even karma. You're letting aside everything. You're just abiding in that self from where you came. That's why it is one of the most easiest path and one of the most difficult path. Easiest because you can see how easy it is to not do anything, just keep shifting into yourself and all that. But difficult for people to even come close to this. Because, no, what kind of nonsense is that? You got to do so many things because it's not tangible. There's no validity, there's no validation. It's going to be close to 4 hours now, another 10 minutes. Anitaji, when Sat is one, then why do we split into Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, and same for Chit into Kali, Lakshmi, Saraswati? That's what I said. See, if you go to the source, Sat, the Sat Purusha or the Shiva consciousness, that's enough. Then after that, it's all step by step by step by step by step. From there, it's splits because it cannot be one. That is what you call Brahma, Vishnu. Then suddenly the creation happens, and the creation just cannot happen. Shiva, we are just saying Shiva's thought and the whole created. No, before that there are prakriyas. For the Brahma has to come. The creator has to come now. So now from that Sat only the Brahma is born. Why Brahma is born? Because now Brahma has to create. Now if created, it has to be sustained. So one more power, Vishnu, that also comes from the Sat. Vishnu is created because he has to sustain what is created. And now, if it has to dissolve, you need a destroyer. Rudra comes from the Chit again. Three forms came out from that. And now they have individual. Now see, Brahma has so many Swarupas. Vishnu has so many Swarupas. And then the stories come down, avatars and on this story and that story, and it goes on and on and on. And the Vishnu, the Shiva has, Rudra has so many other aspects of it. Rudra also, there is so many aspects. And then when the energy is needed to create, creation, Prakriti, we will just say, okay, Prakriti was created. No, this Prakriti is that energy, the Shakti which was created. And Shakti means what? There are all kind of Shakti in this Prakriti. What all kind of Shakti is there? There is Ichcha Shakti, there is Kriya Shakti, there is Jnana Shakti. Ichcha Shakti first, it has to come. You have to have an Ichcha, you have to have a desire to create something. So the Ichcha Shakti has to first take birth. And when the Ichcha Shakti takes place, the desire, now the Kriya has to happen. The Kriya Shakti, the immediately manifestation begin. And when the this also happen, the Jnana Shakti, the wisdom for understanding all this, the wisdom of this creation. That is why all these powers are put into three. And then even every Shakti again from that. Ichcha Shakti, then it is Jnana Shakti. First the Ichcha Shakti, the desire, and then the Jnana, how the wisdom unfolds, and from the Jnana, the Kriya Shakti, the Kriyaman, everything gets created. And when the Shakti begins creating, then again there is more diversion. Because Shakti is of all type. If you look into this world, there is something that you need power to hold all these things. You need some certain energy. You need abundance. You need to sustain it. You need to nourish it. And there needs to be enough wisdom to handle this. The whole process. So that wisdom, that jnana, the secrets of all the Shaktis and how the things, it's all in the Saraswati. The abundance, the prosperity, the growth, the nourishing, the cherishing, it all happens through Mahalakshmi. And the power which is needed to sustain this, to keep this world intact, to keep this world alive, Mahakali. It goes on. Then even Kali has different swarupas. Lakshmi has so many swarupas. Then there is Mahalakshmi and there is Lakshmi. So many. Saraswati has so many forms. It goes, it just keeps on diversifying unendingly, infinitely. And all these have become various paths and various methods. And then you want to get back to one thing, you get to this. So you have trickled down from Brahma, Vishnu down, you're coming here and you have come to Kali, for example, and now you need power to win an election. You need power to win over something. Then you start worshipping this Kali, because if you propagate this energy now creates that power. No, you need more of wealth. So people go worship on that particular, that line of all this creation, the roots, the tree roots you have seen. Big roots, then it becomes small. So somebody is catching on to one root and worshipping that. One god, one kind of this deity, one particular deity you are worshipping to get one benefit. They are all one roots. When you transcend all this, you go straight to the root, the source, not even Brahma Vishnu. That's why I say even Shiva is still a limitation. There is something beyond Shiva also. There is something beyond the Shakti also. The Sat Purusha, the self, the pure awareness, the root source from where everything springs out. So it is unending. This is just unending. So if you ask Ramana about Brahma, Vishnu, he says they are all good stories for you. Because you are in that aspect of creation which is step downs. But he is talking about some where it begins. Go to the source from where Brahma came, from where Vishnu came, from where Shiva came. He says that. Go to the source of that. Don't catch the branches. You can catch the branches, but what will happen if you catch the branches? You will ultimately lead to the root only, to the source only. So it is upon you if you want to go through all these routes one by one, do this, do that, and reach there, or you just move directly towards that. Only when you understand these routes are illusion, because this is all illusion. Even the Shakti that you're talking about, all these, even Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, they also don't have eternity. Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh also collapse one day. When the pralaya happens, everything is pulled back, everything is taken into the self, and there is nothingness. Are you getting it? And what does the system say? What do the mystics say? Anything that changes and is not permanent is not the truth. Ultimate truth is only one, the eternal truth, Nitya, that is the self. Shali Gautam, the experience of the mind may be different, but the experience of the consciousness is same for everyone. Experience of the mind may be different, but the experience of consciousness is the same for everyone. Now, can you tell me, if you are experiencing something from the mind, what is it that experiences? The mind cannot function without consciousness. I told you, when you are unconscious, जब आप बेहोश हो, you cannot have experience. The mind does not exist without consciousness. चेतना के बिना मन नहीं है. मन अनुभव करता है चेतना के द्वारा, चैतन्य के द्वारा, कॉन्शियसनेस के द्वारा. So when we say the experience of the mind may be different, how is the mind experiencing? It is experiencing through consciousness itself. So in one term, if you see, the experience of this consciousness of the mind is all different. Everybody's content of the mind is different. So the experience of that consciousness, experience of that mind through the consciousness will be different. All the experiences are different. So consciousness of everyone also is different. Consciousness is not the same. The mind experience also is different, but the consciousness is the one who is experienced by the mind. Mind is experiencing through the consciousness. So the consciousness experience also keeps on changing. What you are trying to say here is, what is common in all is that soul consciousness. It is not consciousness of the mind again, it is the soul consciousness. The self is common. If you see the self, the Atman, everybody's Atman has the same quality, not even a single fraction change. But everybody's mind is of different quality, and the consciousness of that mind which is experienced also is of different quality. It is only the self that has one quality, and when that self, when all this is purified and one realizes the self, they will realize that this self is not different from this self. They will see that all the attributes are just the same. So the consciousness of the soul is the same. The experience of the soul, that the Atman through the consciousness, is the same. But when it goes, the consciousness goes down into the mind, and from the mind it experiences, it's all different. The consciousness also is different there. I hope I could clear this. Hannah Vespa, now I have to go. Thank you for the answers. Okay, I think you have gone long back. This is the old I'm reading. Anita ji reached Murthal. Have to go. We'll watch the recording later. Oh, that's great. See, she was traveling. That's beautiful. That's a very beautiful coincidence. I was just sitting and I was suddenly looking into something and a video came up of Murthal, where I met that, where I had been to the Samadhi of Kallinath Baba. So that was a news and they were talking about Murthal. I said, wow, I remembered about this place. They said it's a powerful place. It was a place of Siddhas, Rishis, long back in Haryana. So then I remembered my old audio and then I put that post into Mystical Mystics. This is that Murthal and this is where I met that 400 plus years Avadhuta, who's supposed to be a reincarnation of that Kallinath Baba. And Kallinath Baba was just disappeared one day. So all that happened, I put that post and see, she caught up. She was supposed to travel 2 days later to Delhi from Punjab. And she said, wow, this is on the way. Where is the address? I gave her the address. And she said, it's only 10, 12 kilometers from the dhaba, from the highway, the Delhi Punjab highway. I'm going. I said, go, great. And said it was very timely. Yeah. This is what I'm exactly trying to say. If you are meant to go there, something will come and tell you. Something will come and fall in front of you. Like she was planning to go to Delhi. She never comes here, I think, frequently. She's just planning. And this post came up and she read it and she said, yeah, I want to go there. And now she's writing here. I have reached Murthal. I'll have to go. We'll watch the recording later. She's there already. This is what I mean by spontaneity, but effortlessness. It happens. But it did not happen just like that. It happened because she had that desire for that. Because she had seen that video long back and she had that intense desire. Oh, maybe once I can go there. Someday to visit that. It was strong in her. So when the time came right, see, she was moving towards Delhi and at the same time this video was put there. That's how the Guru Mandala works. That's how even I reached Murthal. And where I met that Avduta, it was their blessing, it was their some Leela. Where suddenly my friend said, let's go to Sukhdev Dhaba and have parathas on the Haryana highway, Punjab highway. And we had gone to have the parathas and I was not bothered. And go to see, we went on exploring. It's a long story. We went on exploring and suddenly we had this divine encounter with this Avduta. And then I learned that that whole place was a jungle of rishis, that Murthal. See now what? That was a blessing of that being. Suddenly somebody's idea came and they told, why there only? Sukhdev Dhaba only. They were planning to go anywhere and I was missing 1 year. I was in Gurgaon apart from my home and I had not gone to Jiva Samadhis and I was sitting and literally crying there in that ashram there. Tears were flowing down and I was calling out to all these Jiva Samadhis and saying, I'm missing you guys. Been 1 year. I have not been able to go anywhere. And in this concrete jungle of Delhi, I know there is nothing here this side. So when will I get a chance to come down to Tamil Nadu or Karnataka? You know, I was just praying this and I came back and I was sitting in my office and these guys entered. Hey, kal Sunday hai. Let us go to some place. I said, where? Let's go to dhaba and eat this. Chalo, aap bhi chalo. They called me. I said, no, I'm not coming. Nahi, chalna padega aapko. They forcefully took me. See, and this unfolded. Here I'm sitting and praying for a Jiva Samadhi. I exactly landed in a Jiva Samadhi in 3 days. And met that Avduta who was sitting there. His reincarnation. You can see that video, you'll come to know. This is how it works. What did I say? No efforts. Intense desire. A pure intention. I need to be here and you will be taken to those places. Wherever you are needed. Effortlessly. Lenny Chetty. So why are some of the ascended masters still doing Homa? Ascended masters doing Homa? Where did you see them? Ascended masters doing Homa? I have not heard or seen them. I don't think any of the ascended masters are doing Homas. We might do Homas here on the earth plane. Or maybe there are some desires. But ascended masters, I don't know. See, ascended means people who have ascended, transcended all these dualities. They are masters operating on a very high scale. You might be talking on some other dimension. Maybe, yeah, there are yagnas happening in some other lokas also. That's all good. But they are all bonded. See, it's all about desires. Earthly desires or heavenly desire. They are still desires only. And it will get fulfilled and they will enjoy the pleasures and all that good. But not liberated. Sanjay Singh, energy is moving in my spinal cord when I aware of my spinal cord. So during meditation, I get stuck as to how I concentrate on the chakra because energy is flowing on its own. How I take this happening? Witness. Whenever energy is doing its work, Ma Kundalini is doing its work, whenever you're doing any kind of sadhana, don't interfere in that business. Don't take control of that and say, this is moving here, spine, it should have moved here. I should have been in the chakra, why it is the energy has gone there? Or I am supposed to be in my Muladhara, why is my suddenly attention on my Manipura happening? I'm thinking of Muladhara, but Manipura is good. These are all mind games. Don't go into that. Your body, your consciousness will do what is right for you. Have trust in the Divine Mother if you believe in the Shakti, or have self in your own self if you believe in yourself, or have complete confidence in your master and surrender the Guru and invoke the Guru and say, I am not doing this sadhana. I am just sitting here as an instrument. I am inviting you, you do this for me. And you took me whatever is right, let that happen to me. Whatever is not right, let that not happen to me. Whatever is there, I am just witnessing. I am not doer. Then you will see this, that, this thing happening, that thing, and just go with the flow. Around 2 to 3 years stuck in below 3 chakras. Okay, good if you have transcended it. Mohini Chandra, once one connects with our own consciousness, how do you connect with other people's consciousness and see yourself in others? No, don't do that. Don't do that. This is actually doing before the things are happening to you. What did I say? Unfolding. Let it unfold. Let your journey unfold automatically. You do not do anything. Like if I say, this is why I tell many seekers who sometimes advise me only. See, Mauna, you shouldn't talk. Why are you talking so much? What you are talking about Ramana? Ramana said, don't talk. Be silent. Summa iru. Just be in silence. You should not talk. This is what happens when we transcend the process and we jump into a state and presume that we have become that. You have only the right to say about silence when you have reached that level of consciousness, my dear. If you have not reached that and you're telling somebody has not reached there, so you should become that. First of all, that person cannot become that because he is not where that is. And secondly, you cannot talk about that because you have not reached that. How can you talk about silence when we do not know about silence? Then forget advising others. This is what I say. Knowing is one thing. Living is another thing. Knowing, we know all the wisdom. We know scriptures. We know everything. We talk Aham Brahmasmi. Have we experienced or even have a glimpse of that? What does that feel like? I have read in the books it's that way. No use. In Chidakasha Gita, Bhagavan Nityananda says, sugar, if it is placed on your hand, you cannot say this is how sweet is. Until you taste it. You have to taste it and say, this is how sweet is. Sweet means this, through experience. You cannot say the sugar is sweet because this is sweet, this is sweet. This is how the sweetness is. In your hand, can you hold sugar and say, this is how the sweetness is? You cannot define sweetness. You can experience sweetness and then probably define sweetness. So, anything that we take in advance is not right. Where we have not reached, never try to go into that state. If you have not reached a state of automatic or pure mauna or natural mauna, we shouldn't try to attempt to. I told you example last time also. I went into an ashram, somebody is like watching me like this. I said, do you know me or do I know you? You seem familiar. It's like this. You mean you know me? You mean I don't know you? Then he was like irritated. You are asking me to stay quiet? Oh, you mean you are in silence? Oh, okay. You are in mauna. Okay, be in mauna. Now tell me, is that mauna? So much of activity happened. Mauna means silence of the mind, not silence of the mouth. Half knowledge. So, sealing the lips means mauna for them, but inside there is turbulence going on. And all the time they are watching, who's this one coming? That person is not even going and meditating. And standing near the ashram and watching who's this person coming and looking from top to bottom. What is this guy? And you can see that he's reading what this guy has come for. Why are they brought so many bags? Suddenly, children noise come. He looks there irritated. Hey, why these children have come here? All very funny. That's not Mauna. Mauna means Antrik Mauna. What Ramana is talking about, Antrik Mauna, where you don't have the desire to even talk. And that should happen naturally. There are moments when even I have that. You don't feel like you're cool. But when you feel like doing, do it. Because what is inside, you should do it. We cannot be an hypocrite saying, no, I'm a Mauna. I've reached that state. Very funny that is. Oh, I forgot. I was looking into some question here. Once one connects with own consciousness, how do you? Yeah. Do not connect. Do not try to do all that. See, when the time is right, when your that realization happens from within, and you see that everyone's soul, that will happen naturally. Like I said about past lives, when that has to come, it will come. Before that, if it is not coming, that means we are not yet ready for it. We are not yet ready to experience the oneness in the world. We are not yet in that state of non-duality or Advaita. There is still dualities pulling us down. So it's okay. I wait and I continue doing my practice. When it happens, it happens. Krishna, Shali, yes, soul consciousness. Okay. Krishna, sometimes mild trembling happens in the body as if earthquake is going on outside. Yeah. But in actual, there is no earthquake. Yeah, why this happened? Don't go with why. Go with how. How do I transcend it? Why it happened, there will be thousands of reasons, and I'm telling you, no two persons experience in this whole world is same. No two persons experience is same. Somebody is having, it can be somewhere close, but it cannot be accurate. So there is no point in finding out why. All these are called just kriyas, different kriyas and experiences that your body, mind and nerves and all these are having an experience. Let it have an experience, let it go through it. You just be a mere witnesser. Trembling happening, just watch that trembling. Don't even go further and conclude, like you said here, trembling as if earthquake is going on inside, but actual no. So you not even going till earthquake. I understand what you're saying. It is a tremor, like you are sitting and you are feeling some shakiness, as though some slight earth is moving or something is moving, and then you're scared and you see, is there an earthquake or something, and you see nothing is moving. Something that is happening within. That's all the kriyas. So what is appropriate for you will keep happening in your sadhanas. Especially if you are into Kundalini sadhana and all these things are very normal. All these things will happen. Just be witnessing it. Okay, do we have any other questions before I just wind up for today? If you have anything, you can ask, or we will do a short 5-minute quick awareness practice and end it, so that we live in awareness. But meanwhile, if you have any questions, you can ask. Ramana was saying a very nice thing. Become a devotee, become a thorough devotee, become a pure devotee, become a very truthful devotee, become a very consistent devotee, become a very unwavered devotee, become a quality devotee of yourself. So beautifully he said, become a devotee, become devoted to yourself. All the time you must be like, it's your Lord, it's your God, it's everything. Everything, all the, see, even if you're seeing outside a deity, convert that into yourself. If you're seeing a guru outside, convert that into yourself, because the guru, self and God is all the same. And then become a pure devotee of that self. Malaji, yeah, video, I'll give it to you, no problem. So that's what he says, don't go to change the whole world. Don't, many sections I'm hearing of his and reading also, everywhere he's saying, don't try to reform the world. Don't be in that spree of let me transform this world, let me enlighten this world, let me change this world, uh, let me uplift humanity, let me bring. So just shun that. That is the time I just reserved my life to this than making it public, because there is no one to convert. There are some similar ideas. If somebody appeals with it, okay, we come here, we find it helpful for our growth, okay, we use it. But there's no intention to go out into the world and publicize it and make it bring a blast and bring a change into the consciousness of the world and all that. He says it's all ego consciousness. The Karta Purush should be, I should not become the Karta Purush, that I am here to change the world, I am here to transform the world, I am here to bring changes. That is why a seeker will never go and lecture somebody else. Like, this is how you should do, this is what you should not do, this is how you should be, this is how you should not be. This is good for you. That's another big headache. When we go and tell people, this I am telling for your own good only. Not telling for their good, it's for our good. When we are telling deeply, if you see, it is for our good. It's a ego consciousness. So people used to go and tell him, no, how can that be? When the world is so much in trouble, when the world needs my help, he used to point out, see, look at the ego consciousness. The world needs your help. So you are meaning to say that if you are not there, that world is going to even have a fraction of change. Nothing is going to happen if you don't exist also. Even if you have done the greatest services and sevas in the world, and the day you drop your body, you become non-existence. Nothing. And maybe even the big evolution that you brought up, everything might collapse again after you go. Back to square one. So many it has happened. So many ashrams have fallen down. So many lineages have vanished. So many things have just happened. Rama came, Krishna came, Buddha came, Jesus came. What big deal? Religions came up, religion collapsed. Communities came up, communities collapsed. All these things keep on happening in the world. It is a changing world. You cannot change this. Ramana says you cannot change this. This is built by the cosmic force as a prarabdha. This is a bhog dimension. People come here to have experiences. Sometimes you get a very bad yoni because of your bad karmas. You get born as an animal, you get born as a very, you cannot say, no, I am going to save that animal from that karma. I am going to save that criminal from that karma. I am going to save a very bad happening from that karma. It is bound to happen. It is the prakriti, it is the law of nature that's taking place. It's balancing itself. So he says, don't go and put your nose into that. Saying that I am going to say, Ramana says, so you think you are wiser than the God who created it. So you think the God, the one who created it, doesn't know how to handle. So he's like, you are thinking like, oh, the creator is confused now. Everything, he has made a world and it's all gone haywire. And it's so much of chaos. And he is also confused, I think. So I must help him. Ego consciousness. So he says the only transformation that can happen is change yourself. Only one that you want to change yourself. Because when you change yourself, automatically, immediately, everything starts looking beautiful. When your mind, chitta, becomes pure, everything starts appearing pure. When your chitta is completely purified, every soul will be seen as one. There will be no difference. But that happens when the transformation happens within. It doesn't happen by transforming the world and making this one pure, this one pure, this one. 7.5 billion, I want to convert into one religion. 7.5 religion, I want to commute, what you call, convert completely into my path. Somebody once told me, once while I was working in Delhi, we must do this. Everybody must follow this, once. The whole world should be following this. Then we are successful in our mission. I had only laughter within. I said, so many Alexanders came and so many blew their trumpets and went. Did anything happen? So many religions came up and everybody came with a design. We should dominate this world. Religions are fighting for this now. We will become a superpower. It will be ruled by, see, ruled by this religion. Oh, every whole world is going to follow this ego consciousness, and it will never happen. This is not a non-dual where only one, this is a dual sphere. That is why men have never succeeded. They try to do something, again imbalance happens. They try to do something, but man never learns. They say, let us do it. Ramana says, be very careful, don't get caught up in this ego consciousness. You convert yourself and you will see the world. You don't like the world. You don't like the experiences. Oh, what a horrible world. So much of suffering here, so much. You don't like it. Exit this boga. Exit this yoni which you are taking again and again and landing here. This is meant for somebody who has not learned. The school is not going to close down because you don't like the school. If you don't like the school, pass out from the school. Go to the university. So you don't get born here anymore. You go into something else. You go into higher locus. Okay, if you like, still you don't want to get dissolved, but you don't like the earth. It's too mean and horrible. Don't come here. Go to other locus where you don't have this higher locus. You'll escape this, but you'll still be there. If you don't want any of these dramas, then get liberated. Moksha. And what is moksha? When your mind dissolves, you have moksha. Simple, simple. Moksha, again, do this, do nothing. Ramana says, the day your mind completely dissolves, you are mukt. Because man hi karta, man hi bhokta. This experience what you are seeing outside, suffering what you are seeing outside, here. Happiness what you see is here. This feeling of helping, and I've done this, I've done that, I'm reforming the world, I'm changing the world, here. The moment you sleep, you are nobody. You don't even know what you have done or what you have contributed. The moment you sleep means in your sleep, there's nothing. No world exists, nothing exists. So moksha means sleep state. When you return to nothingness, no earth will be there for you in your experience. But it will be there for somebody who wants it. So who has got liberated from that earth? You. That's why he says, transform your own self. So all these things are linked with. Be very careful, because when you live your life of awareness, all these things should be in your awareness. Every day when you are living, all these things you should be all contemplating. Anything that your mind is confusing you or making you keep yourself stuck into, avoid that. Only aware people will be seeing this cunningness. You will not get caught up. There are so many mayas, I'm telling you, so many mystical things that can catch a seeker, like the pride of my religion. I belong to this religion. Oh, we have to save this religion. Gone. Pride of my country. Today and tomorrow, see, there will be lot of patriotism. It has already begun. Yesterday, today and tomorrow and day after. After 16, see, all things will die down. Everybody will forget their flags. They will forget their countries. They will be back into their world. Only that one day. Patriotism. Ego consciousness. What is patriotism? My country is the best. Rest of the other countries, are they horrible? Are they bad? No, I don't care about them. I am a patriot. I live for. Then you are not a evolved being. You cannot be a conscious evolved being. Evolved being is Vasudeva Kutumbakam. One world, one family. The whole world belongs to you. How can you only say my because I was born here? No. I am born here. That's it's my dharma. Arey, last janma you were in China. Before that you were in Sri Lanka. When you were in Sri Lanka, that was your country. This time India. Tomorrow you'll say, no, Israel, I don't like that country. You'll see in your next janma you will be in Israel and you'll become a patriotic there. Which is true. All are false. Awareness will tell you this. But see, it's so easy to get caught in this pride of nation, pride of community, my path. Only my path. Nothing else. Nothing. Devoted. You're gone into fanatism. Limited. You cannot see beyond that. Stuck. You might go to a certain level, but stuck. After that, you cannot ascend. Because mukti means rising. When can you see all souls in one? We are talking about all seeing souls in one. one consciousness. Will that happen when we have this diversity? My path, my master, my community, my country. It will not happen. This, when it dissolves only, you will see that explosion of non-duality, Advaita. Even little Advaita is there, it is not going to happen. But we don't realize, we are not aware, we are not conscious of all these things. We just live on mental knowledge. That's the catch. That's where Maya keeps us winding down. And see, the more you let go of all this me and mine all the time, I'm telling you, your life will open up like this, like this. Now what we are doing is outside we are doing even Advaita we want to do. Advaita, but internal it's all Dvaita. Everywhere there is discrimination. Gender discrimination, country discrimination, race discrimination, language discrimination, language also. I'm in this state, ye Mahan, this Bhasha Mahan. In that state, that language Mahan, dominant. You get stuck in this. Cultural pride, lineage pride. I belong to this lineage. Yeah, हमारा lineage ये है. This is very powerful lineage. And you think the rest are all फालतू lineages? The moment you say my lineage is superior, you are automatically telling the others are all third grade, inferior. How can that be? All the lineages are coming from the same source, Lord Dakshinamurti and Lord Dattatreya. How can one be weak than the other? It is our pride that makes it that way. Duality. Even in the spiritual community, it's duality, very kattar, very strong. It won't go easily. And I'm telling you, show me one kattar person who has gone into moksha, who has gone into self-realization. You'll not find anybody. Any kattar person who says this is that person. Because they will go to a certain extent, maybe even become very spiritual, very divine, all that, but they will not transcend that duality. You will see them stuck there, you will see them talking there, behaving there, and they will not be free. Free like Nityananda, free like Ramana, free like Nisargadatta Maharaj, free like the Avadhuta. You will not see that freedom, completely mukta, Jivan mukta. No attachment, completely detached, doesn't care for anything, always in bliss state, powers just flow out of it, no need of any sankalpa, no blessing, no giving, no taking, nothing, just as it is. Things just happen around that being. That kind of state nobody will reach. The me and mine can never reach. So, this is what we must study. Look into everything, the world. And who is studying? Not the mind. Don't allow your mind to operate from awareness. Look at everything in awareness. Your awareness will start telling you. What is now talking is not my mind. This is awareness talking, because I am connected to awareness while I speak through all my lives. So what has to flow will flow. I am not deciding anything. Let me do this, let me do that. My friends asked me, so what is the topic for tomorrow? I said, I don't know. Arey, it's almost late now. Tomorrow you are going to have, and today 9 o'clock night. Almost, you say you don't know? I don't know. It has not yet come to my mind. What is the thing? When it comes, it will happen. So because there should not be doership, that let me do this. You allow that thing to happen. I believe if all of us can do this kind of things, it will help a great deal. Try doing it. Without the non-doership, just try doing it. Okay, I can see a lot of thank yous coming. So I believe, okay. That is an indirect way of telling bas ab ja. Khatam abhi bas. Bahut ho gaya. No question. Thank you. Anyways, let us just become aware of ourselves. Just 5-minute practice and see how quick and how powerful this will be. So we can never give an excuse, I don't have 5 minutes. You know what, I do these kind of practices, what I'm sharing with you, when I'm traveling, I'm going here and there, and I see I'm getting distracted or getting low, I immediately do this kind of perk up something, and there are hundreds of methods. I do what I do, and immediately I come into that state of awareness, and then I leave that method, then I stay in that awareness. Santa Bambuli, today's session was very clear and touching. Chaitanyam speaks. I'm very happy for you all. Every session is that way. If you see every session, there will be something deep. And even I don't know. Even I have a fulfillment after I close everything, and then I sit and then I say, oh wow, today felt good. I felt good, but I don't know what the contents are. And sometimes I have to come back and look into the contents and see, oh, that was good. When did I say that? Oh, this sounds good. And sometimes I'm telling you, it helps me also. There are times when, after days or months, sometimes when I'm looking into some old videos, I catch, oh my God, this is the solution of what I'm thinking. It's a strange thing, but it happens. Murlidhara Bhatt is saying, yeah, enough now, let's start the practice. Okay, so these practices are something that will keep us nudge us back into that alignment. So the more you do this, even throughout the day, you will see it will keep on nudging you and pushing you into that bracket of that alignment. And that alignment, when you will feel, is you'll feel connected. It's a sensation of feeling light. You are not bothered by the mind. You are not bothered by what is happening right now around you. Something there will be something, a kind of relaxation, something that will give you just peace. And the more you do it, you'll see that this peace is coming to you on and often, again and again. So you need to keep on doing this again and again. So it's a very simple process. I won't say sit this way, sit that way. I'm just saying, just become aware. Aware of your head. Just aware of your head. On the head, you have the hair. Even if you don't have, don't worry, just become aware of the scalp. And wherever the hairs are touching the scalp, it's an experience. Just become aware. People who are regular practitioners will suddenly start feeling sensations on their scalp, as though there is some kind of tingling or some sensation, warmth, something. Just become aware of the top of your head and the whole hair that is connected to the scalp. What I mean to say is, become aware of the scalp where the hair is rooting out. Now, can you try to become aware of every root at the same time? Just try it. Every root. There are innumerable, infinite hairs on your head, uncountable. But your awareness can become aware of every root of the hair on the scalp. The scalp has got these pores, in small tiny holes from where these hairs are coming. Now you will also notice that your entire body is covered with skin, and the skin is completely porous. It's like it has got these pores from where hair is again shooting out. The whole body has this tiny hairs, if you see. Can you just spread your awareness into your whole skin, from your face, neck, hands, upper body, lower body, the thighs, the calves, the legs? Can you sense the pores of your skin all over at one time, from the head to the toe? What it means is becoming aware of the skin, your whole skin that is covering your body, and the pores from where every single hair is rooting out. Just try to become aware of it. You might have a different experience. Become aware of your whole skin, the whole body covering. Now become aware of where all the skin is touching. It might be your clothes, it might be your footwear, it might be the floor your feet is touching, the chair or the couch where you're sitting, which is touching your body, your skin, where the contact is happening to your body. Just become aware of all those parts. Now, in that awareness, open your eyes. Continue becoming aware with your eyes open. The experience will not go out. Experience will continue, but you are doing it with your eyes open. Whole body you are feeling the skin, and whatever is touching your body, become aware of everything. How does that pressure feel? How is the touch feeling? Is it warm? Is it hard? It is light? Is it pleasant? Is it hurting? Now move that, expand that awareness out of your body, out of your skin, into the space in the room in which you are sitting. Become aware of the space. In this space, it's not dead. It is full of atoms, lively, electrons, protons, neutrons, dancing around every atom, and there are billions and trillions and infinite number of atoms in this space. Become aware of the atoms. Even if you don't know how it looks, just become aware in this space completely filled with atoms. There is no gap even between the atoms, it's all so full. So if you ask me right now, the whole atmosphere is full. It looks empty, but it's not empty. Just become aware completely of the room and aware of your own self, your whole body, which is sitting in this room. Do you find any interaction between your body and these atoms in the space? Just become aware of it. You will notice that your body has stopped moving, your eyes stop moving, even your mind stops moving. You will see that suddenly all the thoughts drop away, and when you are in awareness, there is no thoughts or very less thoughts. This is what awareness can do. It can freeze the mind. Continue becoming aware of every atom in this space. And what is your interaction with this space? Now become aware of you, the self that is becoming aware of this whole experience. You are becoming aware means the self, the soul is becoming aware. You are that soul. You are that self. See the soul that you are, that is experiencing through this body, this space, whatever you see around with your eyes open. See how things are around you. Look at the immovable things, the chairs, or the fan, or the wall. They're not moving. But they are so alive right now because you are conscious of it. You are so conscious of everything. The moment you put your consciousness or your awareness on anything in the room, they are all affected by your consciousness. Look at the things, you will have a different perspective of how you see things now. When you look at things in ignorance, it's different. When you look at all this in awareness, it's a different experience. Because in ignorance, it is the mind that is looking into it, and the mind will have judgments and opinions about everything around. including the things that don't move. Now, when you look through your awareness into the things that are moving or not moving around you, you'll see that there is no opinion, there is no judgment. You're just witnessing, you're just observing everything that is happening in this dimension. You are not involved in anything, nor you want to get involved in it. You, the self, the pure self, is only watching it. See how the world looks now around you. It looks different when the soul looks at things. And it is so different when the mind is looking at things. Whole day, night, we look through the mind at the world and things around. But when you look at things with awareness, your mind freezes. You are not dead, you are not immune. People say when you are in consciousness, you are not in this world. You are very much in this world. Proof is that you can feel how your body is pressing against what you are sitting. The touch that you feel, even though you are not moving, you can feel the touch. You are very much grounded. Move your feet, move your toes, just shake them. But shake them in awareness. Move your fingers. Feel your hands with your fingers. Touch your own body, touch your own fingers with your fingers. But do it in awareness. You will see that even if you are moving, your awareness cannot be lost. Yogast Kurukarmani means this: you do all the activities in the world by moving. Whatever work you have to do, you do. But this awareness that you're holding about your space right now and the awareness of your body, this will continue. Then you look at your own hands. If you can at least pick out the palm in front of you and look at your own palms. Look at the palm. Take your hand in front of you, one hand or two hands, whatever you can, and observe the lines on your palms. But don't lose your awareness. If you feel that you are losing your awareness because you are looking or moving your hand, immediately shift into awareness by moving into the space. Become aware of the space immediately. The atoms that are there in the space, with your eyes open, with your hands in front. Palms are in front of you, but you are concentrating now on the atoms in the space. Become aware of the atoms and the space touching your hand. How is your hand interacting with the space? What is happening to your hand? What sensation do you feel? See, if you observe carefully, you are looking at your own hand, but with so much of heightened awareness that your own hand will look different to you. There's something different about this hand because the soul is now looking at it, the mind is not looking. Every day you look at it with the mind. Now your soul is just scanning through the lines on your palms. No meaning, just scanning through it. No conclusion, no thoughts, no thinking. Just is looking through the palms in awareness. And how is the interaction between the palms and the space or the air around the hands? Now look at your whole body. Look at your feet. Look at your knees. Look at your clothes. Now you're a being that is looking at all these objects in complete observation and awareness. You have become aware, you're not thinking, you become completely aware. Turn your head, look around. Are there any people around you? Can you see anything outside the windows? Look at the things around you. Even if there is noise, you will sense a silence in that noise. Even if it's a noisy place, something is happening. You will be hearing that sound or looking at the things with complete detachment, complete neutrality. You are there, you are seeing, but you are not interacting, you are not reacting with anything. This is a state of living in awareness. When you travel, when you work, make these practices. Even in your daily household chores, you're cooking, you move into this space and see how that space is interacting with the vessels, with the food that you're making. How are you interacting? Just observe. If you're in your office, sit in your cabin. If you're in your cabin, go into the space where you're watching the space, watching the people walking in this office without interacting. And then, if you can, and it can happen, if you develop this kind of awareness, even if somebody speaks to you, you can respond being in the state of awareness. But you'll see that your response has become very calm, your movements will be very calm. If I right now tell you to look at your palm, bring your hands up and look at your palm, you will see that the speed of your hand movement is very slow. It will come very gracefully. This is what happens in states of awareness. Your talk becomes graceful. Your walk becomes graceful. Your very act, your action becomes graceful. This is what awareness does. It slows you down. It purifies that space. It makes you a purified being because it is a soul that is looking out through this body. The way you look at the world will change. The way you look at the people around will change. The way you do your work will change. And the things that you do will have a qualified effect. If you cook in this state, you will see that what you cook is nothing less than prasad. You'll see that even if you are pouring a glass of water and becoming fully aware of that water and drinking that water in awareness, you'll see that the speed of drinking will slow down automatically and you'll relish a different flavor because now your awareness has gone into the molecules of that water, which becomes charged with your consciousness. It becomes alive. It's not the dead water. It becomes a Jagrat, fully divine water. And you consume this even little by little, you'll see immense satisfaction happening. When you consume food, those who are talking to me about their food changing habits, We're churning from non-veg to veg, and from veg to lighter foods and to little foods. I'm telling you this. Reduce whatever food you're taking by half the quantity. And in this awareness, this kind of awareness, consume the food in grace and in peace. And you will see not even half, sometimes even one fourth also, you will feel contented and full. Because it's very nourishing food full of prana. Any activity you do in this manner, any work you do in this manner, keep your awareness on your body and the one who is peeping through this body and seeing the things around, the one who's seeing through these eyes, who's witnessing and aware of all the space around, witness everything in awareness, and then try and continue doing your work, whatever work you're doing. This is that state of Yogas Kurkurmani, which my Gurudev is to explain, which in Bhagavad Gita Krishna has told. Be always connected to me. In this manner, what happens? Your three lower chakras are actively involved in the work that you do, and your three upper chakras are keeping you divinely connected to that work, making that work a very, very sacred action. This can be used in all modes of life, right from your getting up. Even when you pass your motions, you can be in this state and see what happens. See what happens when you have your bath, when you're bathing. Be fully aware of the space around. Be fully aware of every drop that your body is sensing. You will have suddenly a very nourishing effect after that bath. And after that, whatever you do, your whole work, your chores, everything, all your tasks, move around in space. When you're back home, again the same. Even if you're handling your children, go into this mode. It might not happen 24/7, but some moments you can experience as a little glimpses. That will encourage you to expand that practice. When you're with your family, even when you're in the bed, alone or with your lover, or with your spouse, or with your other or better half, or whoever, remain in this sense of awareness and be in the act. It becomes a divine act. When you lie down to sleep, even when you're going to sleep, practice this awareness. Become aware of the surroundings, become aware of the cot, become aware of the bed, become aware of your body touching the bed, become aware of all the organs, the skin, and go to sleep in this. You will see that you have entered into a sacred space again. So, every act from morning to night, nothing is good, bad, ugly. Everything you're treating it as divine and holy. And you'll see the quality of that lifestyle changing in a different fashion. You'll see a purified yourself looking at things in very pure intentions. And this purifies your chitta. This purifies your intentions. Pure intentions comes with this kind of practices. Whatever you do, whatever, even your habits, there is nothing called good habits or bad habits. Become aware of that habit, whatever that habit is, even if it is, you think it is pulling you down, or it is not, even if it is smoking or whatever, become fully aware of that act. Osho had told this technique very beautifully to a smoker who could not, joint smoker who could not leave. He said, one at a time, take the cigarette, smell it, don't be in a hurry, sense it, touch it, feel it, keep it on your lips, see the sensation of how the lips is contacting the cigarette. Before burning, spend 2 minutes completely in that, don't be in a hurry. Then slowly light up one end of the cigarette. And when you pull, don't puff. So slowly pull and feel the smoke that goes. And feel the smell that comes. Everything. You're watching the cigarette burn completely in slow motion. And then when you take that one puff, experience what happens in the body. And when you're puffing it out, see it completely expand into the and merge into the air around. And that person who was a joint smoker, he said, I couldn't take more than 3 puffs. I had to throw the cigarette. This is the power of awareness, because what you do repeatedly, it shrinks down and gives you a qualitative experience. When you have a qualitative experience, you will not be binded to repeat that act. This is how you get off habits. You are getting the habit and urges again and again because you are not doing it in complete awareness. Anything done in ignorance will repeat itself. So any act, I'm telling you, when I'm talking shifting into awareness and living in awareness, I'm talking about the complete experience of day-to-day life. Even if you drift back, no problem. When you become aware, come back, get into it, and keep expanding. With this, I end this session today here, and much divine love and light to all of you. I would suggest that you don't drop suddenly and start moving. That's the mind habit, because the moment your awareness enters into the mind is chanchal. Immediately it will make you move and run around. Don't go into that. Move around in a space of awareness till however long you can prolong this today after this session. Keep it prolonged, and you will see a different quality of life happening, because the soul is seeing all this. So with this, I take your leave. Until next time, may we all be blessed. Gurudev Sharanam, Gurumandala Sharanam. Eternally bow to all the grateful masters, all the beings who are present with me in this room today and present with all of us. Much divine love and light to you. Stay blessed. All those emails which are there today, you will be able to access this. You need not write to me, but you will be able to access this. So with this, I take your leave. Stay blessed.